When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off.
America's National Park of Speed. Beautiful Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Welcome back, everybody. Ralph Shaheen and Ben Sissel with you as we have our next group of SVRA machines moving out onto the track. And Ben, this will be groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Miata.
My favorite group. I love this group. And at Road America, this is going to be so much fun to watch. This is also the Dave Wheeler Memorial Race, a tribute to Dave Wheeler. I got to meet Dave actually here at Road America with Advance Automotive, but they are kind of everything spec Miata in this area. And so we're happy to have, I think we have 8 Miatas out there, and I expect all 8 to be out in the rain. We have 32 cars in total, so I'm going to try to go through here. But we got to look at this Echidna right there in second. Just an unbelievable car. And then, Ralph, we see maybe one big Healy throughout the season in SVRA, except here. Here there are 6 big Healys in the race. They're all out of the Minnesota area minus 1. So I love my British sports cars. And that's one of the pinnacle of the British sports cars. So love having those out here. But in first, we've got Josh Bowler. Arvid Albanese in second, Matthew Getzinger in third, Randall Green in that Echidna in fourth, George F. Ballback, although I didn't see him out there, in fifth, Scott McQueen in sixth, Bill Trefford in that big vet in seventh, Bob Van Zeist in eighth, Brett Prang in ninth, Tyson Schweizo in 10th, Lon Blazer 11th, James Koktavy in 12th, Evan Hubchak in 13th, Brad Tank 14th, 15 is Joe Stifel, Patrick O'Hara. Oh, look at this. We've got graphics. Robert Wagner's out there in 17th, Jose M. Paredes in 18th, Doug Sharipa, one of my MGs in 19th. Julie Dahmer in 20th. Jeff Lombard, 21st. Dan Hayes, 22nd. Karen Min Jacobson, 23rd. Lily Martineau, 24th. Doug Radix, beautiful. You got to check out Doug Radix, 190 SL, silver. Robert Bowler in 26th. 27th is David Bizek in the beautiful navy blue Mercedes 190 SL. We should be seeing it on our images here. There's Doug.
The first one.
And then there's David Bizek. Dan Powell, James Dominic, 29th. Eileen Wetzel, 30th. 31st is Eric Jacobson and Ethan Alexander. So we've got Group 5, 3, 4, 1, and Miatas in this Dave Wheeler Memorial. I love these cars. So I love Miatas. I'm a British sports car guy. I love the Mini Coopers. But Miatas, to me, are just a recontinuation of the British sports car atmosphere. Oh, there's George Ballback. So he went all the way. So look for that green 356 to move his way up through the field quickly.
That's a pretty car. I was looking at that in the paddock earlier in the weekend. It's a good-looking race car.
Look at this. Now, if you think modern motorsports, all the cars look the same, look at this field of cars.
Yeah, not a problem here, right?
So Bill Treffert in that Corvette, his two grandsons we saw with us in IGT.
Well, we're getting ready to get into the loud pedal here as we come up the hill. They'll be catching view of the starter stand here in just a minute. Waiting. There's the green. We're headed down to turn number 1. And Ben, you are the world's leading expert on echidnas, so I'm going to let you tell everybody more about the echidna and what it's famed for.
Well, right there you can see.
Oh, we are still very slick on this racetrack. Keep it off the wall. Oh, he does.
Arvid.
Good job. Nicely done by Arvid Albanese.
Yeah, and Randall Green was trying to say, pass me on the right.
Yeah.
Pass me on the right was given that. But the echidnas from Hibbing, Minnesota, where my favorite singer-songwriter is also from, Bob Dylan. But 3 partners came together. They bought Devon bodies and made these echidnas, and so much fun. And we'll get back to that here, but let's get to this racing, because right now the racing is really good as they come through. But right now our Group 4 echidna, and watch for Bill Treffert. Once he gets traction in that Corvette, look for him to move up as well.
Well, the one thing about the echidna, it is not lacking for power.
Has a 331 in it.
It definitely showed the legs headed down to turn 5.
But look at that big Healy of Scott McQueen between the two Miatas. And look at this, Ballback is already in the top probably
field.
6. And the car that loves conditions like this is that front-wheel drive Mini Cooper. And who doesn't love the Mini Cooper? That's a Morris Mini of Evan Hubchak. You see them coming around turn 6. But look at Ballback coming in here. What a start.
So Tyson Schweisau there in the 92 Mazda Miata. Right now running in 6th at the front of that group.
Coming around the carousel, there's Bill Treffert. Look at that echidna. Ladies and gentlemen, just unbelievable. Beautiful car, these huge magnesium wheels, and Ballback already into 3rd, about to take 2nd place. Unbelievable. George F. Ballback.
Great move going into the kink.
I knew that he's a very fast, well-accomplished driver, and I should have asked him, hey, man, you want to make a show of this and start from the back? As he comes through Kettle Bottoms. That 356 is a beautiful car. There isn't a stinker in this bunch, Ralph.
No, I can tell your adrenaline meter goes up when you see these guys
Yeah.
rolling out onto the track.
I love these cars. This is my group right here. Look at that blue hood Morris Mini flying around, then Bill Treffert, and you as a Corvette guy.
I love that.
That's such a beautiful car here at Road America, just fitting. There he is, George F. Ballback from the back is
To
going
the
to be
lead.
to the lead in the first lap. Though there is water there right at
It
the
sure
exit
is.
of 14.
But
But
this
look
is
at
where the Echidna is strong. Look
Yeah.
at the horsepower. Back to the lead he goes and pulling away.
So that's based off of a 1956 Chevy station wagon that they chopped and cut, put a Devon body on, put a Chevy 331 in there. And Duntoff himself actually tuned the fuel injection on the 3 Echidnas.
Zora did, huh?
Yeah. But Ballback now coming into the after turn 5 should have the nimbleness to maybe give Randall a run for his money. But they're getting slick. They're coming out of Mission Foods turn 3 under the Sargento Bridge. So if you're joining us on YouTube, where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? And if you have a favorite car or driver in this group, let us know. So Schweissau, the first of the Miatas, and then Prang. So Ballback is going to let it come to him. You can see that exhaust gave a little bit of a vibration. I don't know if that was from shifting or from a bump, but let's see if he has anything for that Echidna. Now, we were talking in our production meeting. This Echidna, we see one about every 4 to 6 years, you know, so it's a very special day to have one out here. And thank you, Mr. Green, for bringing it out in what I'd call unstable conditions.
Not many years of production, I assume.
No, I think there's 3. That's one of 3 that exists. And I think they made them at the same time, just 3 guys. And Steve Steers, what a great name for racing, and raced it for 25 years. Then the most winning driver, Jerry Hansen in SCCA, had it for a while. So it's been in good hands. MGB GT going up the hill.
Know what you're feeling on those.
Love them.
Okay.
Yeah, just great. I think they're a lot of fun to drive. I love the MGBs. We have a rubber bumper MGB out there. But you're going to be surprised. I think my favorite car, I rarely don't give that to a British car, maybe the 2 Mercedes. I just love the look of those.
The 190.
But you have to love the big Heelys. Jessica Jonk, who we're going to talk about later on in this weekend in an E30, but her dad raced the yellow Austin Healey for many, many years, and now he's here helping out the new owner in that Austin Healey. But look at the 2 Mercedes. Now this is its own spec class inside of our Group 1. Doug Radix built both of these cars to be identical. And so they're in kind of like their own class inside Group 1. Look at that. Look at the lines on that. How about you, Ralph? Do you have a favorite in this group?
Well, it's the Corvette.
Yeah. It's a beautiful Corvette, and Bill Treffert, very good driver.
I do think the 2 Mercedes are beautiful cars.
Now, I am not sure what that red car is. It'd be a Group 5.
There's our vet. He'll start legging it out here. Pulling away.
Love the lines of the Austin Healey.
Yeah, it's a
big Heelys.
really cool looking little race car.
So a lot of history out here. You know, Austin, who made the Mini Coopers and the Super 7s, and Donald Healey got together for the Austin Healey. Then when everything happened with the British cars and Jaguar joined up with BMH, then he moved to Jensen Healey.
Yeah.
Look at how big the Miatas look behind the Mini Cooper. Trying to get information on that red car. That's the Miller BSR H Mod red and white, Group 4 car of Joe Stifel. It's a neat looking car.
You were saying earlier how the Miata is kind of the Japanese version of a British sports car. Would you say that maybe those lines in the heritage, the genes, if you will, go back to the MGB GT?
Well, the 240 was, I mean, they admit to modeling the 240Z after the MGB GT, and the Lotus Elan and the MG Midgets, the Sprites, were the Miatas. So you put a Lotus Elan next to a Mazda Miata, you can see what they were drawing for. And as a British car guy, I guess I can say they just took British cars and made them reliable. This is the car that spun first lap. Albany's still out there. There's Bill Treffert coming around, but you can see it's still treacherous, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's not 100% dry and it's not really wet enough to want to be on full slick or a full rain tire if you had that option.
Now this group is on treaded bias ply tires, so they're not on full slicks.
Right.
But they're not on wets either.
No.
But it's what they would drive in the best conditions. It's the same tire.
Same tire. The Echidna definitely has a great sound to it.
As the Miatas come around turn 14. Have to give it up, though, for the Road America fans. We have not had ideal conditions, but they are out here.
These are Packer fans, Ben.
Yeah.
This is a warm July afternoon for them, where the rest of us are bundling up and trying to stay dry.
That was Tyson Schweizer in the Miata. Brett Prang. And are Miata fans okay with me calling it that? I know they went to the MX-5, but to me, even the new Miatas, I'll just always call them Miatas.
Well,
I don't know if that's offensive to the Miata people out there.
well, it might be to Mazda,
Maybe, yeah.
but I think it's kind of to that point where it's going to be a generational thing with the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Up until a certain point, you can call that a Miata, and now you need the MX-5. Because even though it's still based off the same car, there is significant difference generationally to where they are now to where they were.
But like I said, we do have 8 Miatas out there. George F. Ballback, leader in our Group 3, this beautiful 356. Then there's the leader in Group 4, overall leader, Randall Green in that Echidna from Hibbing, Minnesota.
Fun to see Steve Yarborough and his Devon out here racing the Echidna, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But from Hibbing, Minnesota, the home of Bob Dylan.
Yes.
A rubber bumper B. You don't see a lot of rubber bumper B race cars, but that's Brad Tank in his Group 3 MGB with Wolf. Running the SUs still. I went over and looked at that car, and he's still got the twin SU carburetors on it. So this is Canada corner, the Summit Racing Equipment corner. George F. coming behind.
Comes that Mercedes.
Yeah. 1955 Silver Arrow Mercedes. Doug Radix. So I went over and talked to DeGainer. Remember, you were the one that told me about the Devon, the 295, and that is true. He gave me a brochure, a sheet, and you would just basically measure the car that you had, and then they had a body to measure the wheel length, but all the car bodies were the same price, and so you could have an A through X, and based on the wheelbase and the width and everything, they had a body to fit you, fiberglass body that they'd ship you that you could put on whatever car you wanted to rebody.
And there's the, I love the additional charges here. Like if you need a removable headrest, it's 25 bucks.
Yeah, not bad.
No, but back in those days, 25 bucks is
Yeah.
a little bit more than it is to us now.
But a beautiful car. I encourage you to go look at it. Look at how tall the tires are, big wheels, and just looking inside the big, huge frame. But it still has the Chevrolet like stamped A-arms in it in the front end, and you can see what they were doing. I mean, I was joking with him. It looks like he's got a mid-sized truck frame inside of a sports car body, but it was, it was a 50s station wagon. But it's kind of neat to kind of look at how they built cars back then, and you kind of reverse engineer their thought processes.
A much different approach, right?
Yeah. There's that Miller. I don't know much about Miller cars, but we are definitely in Miller country.
Talk about feeling exposed behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah.
The door panels don't come up that high, and doesn't even look like there was much of a windshield in that car.
Let's see what Evan Hoopchop can do in that Morris Mini, following closely with that Austin Healey. Have you ever driven an MGB?
I have not.
They are really fun to drive. Just a really well balanced. It feels like it should. Like, to me, a very good definition of what a sports car should feel like is an MGB. Uh-oh. Here we go. Corvette versus Austin Healey. That's a fun battle. And that's Dan Hayes with that Mazda Miata. Dan Hayes, if that's the same car I'm thinking of, is very involved. There's a great club out here called VSCDA. Great vintage racing club that races here and Black Hawk and a couple other places, the Ozarks. And love having our VSCDA competitors join us for this one. But so many great vintage racing clubs you can get involved with, but still come and race with us. So if you're looking at getting involved, there are many different places you can run. Please look into it and come out here and join us at some of these most iconic tracks in North America. Do you have a favorite generation of the Miatas and the MX-5?
Yeah, I think I would go more the current. I think they just look a little bit more aggressive.
Me personally, I like the cars with the smiles on them, the unaggressive cars. So I like the first gen with the pop-up headlights.
Yeah.
So there goes George F. Look at this beautiful car.
Oh,
Swinging.
a little bit of a slide through there.
Yeah. And we'll see him in Group 8 as well later on in an air-cooled 911. Look at how green the grass is here. So we've got Lotus, Echidna, Porsche, Austin Healey, Corvette, Mazda Miatas, Mini Coopers, MGs, Miller. Of these 32 cars, we probably have 12 different manufacturers. Coming down the Mission Bridge. Have you spent any time at Mission Beach?
No, I haven't actually. I was talking to Mr. Gonzalez about that yesterday. He's very proud of Mission Beach.
Yeah, when we're here in a month, we're going to do a Trans Am party at Mission Beach. But
I'll be there.
my son and I went and hung out there the other day. Had some fun.
I'll go for sure then.
So we have, this is the rubber bumper is after a 1975, but we have an early white MGB out there that still has the pull handles, which would be an early 60s B. So Bill Trefford, this is a great combination. We've got the black Corvette, the yellow Austin Healey.
We also have a white flag. We got one more lap.
But this race right here, this is just how it would have been back in the day in SCCA. These two cars would have fought. That's Jessica John's dad's old car. And Bill Trefford, also a Road American. These cars have seen each other on track quite a few times. But this is a treat, Ralph. We don't get used to this. We don't get to see these big Healeys like this throughout the SVRA season. Maybe we get one or two here and there, but we don't have 5 or 6 on track at the same time ever. So Albanese back up to 5th, maybe 4th now. Yep, just went to 4th. That is the SCCA Sports Racer F3. Sneaky Moose.
I was looking at that. I was trying to catch it. Sneaky Moose. I love it. I wonder what that is.
I don't know. If you joined us in the chat, let us know.
I've been to the Loose Moose. That's up in Toronto. Didn't know about a sneaky one.
This is a 4.5-mile circuit. In the early 50s, they ran in Elkhart Lake, just like Watkins Glen, in downtown. And somebody was wise enough to realize we need to make a purpose-driven racetrack. And this would be on the Mount Rushmore of the most iconic racetracks on this side of the world, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that man was Cliff Tuft, who decided this was the piece of property, got everybody organized, and he was a highway engineer. He's the one that laid out the track. And as I was talking about earlier in our Formula America Regionals event, he actually, as he was getting ready to start building the track, drove all over the state of Wisconsin and all sorts of back roads and found his favorite corners and favorite sections to drive. And he copied those in how he laid out Road America.
Oh, that's cool. So the white flag was out on the Echidna. Not sure where it is.
Here's the checker flag. There's the Echidna, and we got a race winner.
Randall Green with Furia Corsa. Green Wealth Management, congratulations. I didn't think I'd see him on the grid with the weather it was, but he heard us. He waved to us, Ralph, up here in the booth. We appreciate that. Furia Corsa, one of our car preparers, looking for more IGT cars, actually, more like Porsches and modern Ferraris. But he likes his vintage stuff, usually in a Lotus 23, but thank you for bringing out that Echidna. What a treat.
Well, this is the right racetrack for it, isn't it? I mean, you can really leg it out here, and that Echidna can show its speed.
So Ballback came in 34 seconds and Prang 38 seconds. Albanese still finished 4th overall, but 1st in Group 5. There's your Sneaky Moose. Tyson Schweizo. There's your car right there, Bill Trefford.
Yeah, and that looks like a 62 Corvette with those 4 headlights up on the front there.
So Benjamin and Andrew Meyer, who we saw in that Myers, who we saw in IGT, that's Bill's grandsons. And then Dawn, his daughter, will be out in Group 8 in her air-cooled 911. So it's a family affair there.
Yeah.
And Todd Trefford races with us sometimes as well.
They sounds like they all have good taste, too.
Yeah.
62 Corvettes and Porsche 911s.
Now, they used to have better taste. When I first met them, they raced MGAs. But, you know, can't blame them. do like the big Heelys, though.
Did you ever own one?
No, that's out of my price range. Those have shot up in price. Well, here we go. Road America 2025 Road America Speed Tour. Randall Green first, George F. Ballback second, Brett Prang third, Arvid Albanese fourth, Tyson Shizel fifth, Scott McQueen in sixth, Lon Blazer seventh, Bill Trefford eighth, James Koktavi ninth, and Brad Tank 10th. Evan Hoopchak in that Morris Mini in 11th. 12th is Robert Wagner. What an honor to have him out here with us. Joe Stiefel in 13th. 14th is Jug Sharipa. Lily Martineau is 15th. Patrick O'Hara is 16th. Julie Dahmer 17th. Dan Hayes 18th. Doug Radix in that beautiful Mercedes 19th. David Bizak in the other beautiful navy blue Mercedes is 20th. James Dominic, Eileen Wetzel, and Eric Jacobson.
So Sneaky Moose Motorsports is who that is. And they are a small spec Miata prep shop based in New Berlin, Wisconsin. So that explains the Sneaky Moose. I don't know why they chose that name, but I'm betting that's who that is. All right, well, that takes care of the Echidna. The only place you're going to see an Echidna win on a Saturday in May, right here with us at Road America. Stay with us. We got more cool stuff coming your way. I believe up next, Ben, is grid for race 6, 8, and 12B.
Which is usually the fan favorite.
Coming up when we come back to Road America.
Yes. Hon? WeatherTech here.
WeatherTech is the floor liner, flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup.
What about my car?
Tech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages key tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, track strip, road course, dirt, because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
No matter how I try.
kind of controls the season. Oh, he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road America Speed Tour. These cars left in front of our window, and Ralph said, ooh, I can get excited about these cars. This is probably our fan favorite. Last group was my favorite. This is the fan favorite group 6, 8, 12B. You know, the national park of speed, and I'd say sound.
Yeah,
with this group. And
for
some
sure.
Great sounds have been produced here over the years. But we've got the blue 42, what I call the football car of Rick Mooney out front in his 6BP Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. John DeGainer, 6GT Devon Evolution. Michael Origer in the Group 6 Chevrolet Corvette. Scott Graham, welcome back, Scott Graham, and that Pontiac Firebird. Look at that thing, that's a beauty.
That's a good-looking car.
Travis Frang with Sign Country, Chevrolet Corvette Roadster, the orange. Tim Cornelius in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Daniel Parr in a Camaro Z28. Scott Shadle, who was out west with us just a couple weeks ago, is in a Chevrolet Camaro. Then Lisa Hansen, our first of the Group 8s in that beautiful 110 Group 8 Porsche 911. Then Fritz Seidel in the the Porsche 911 ST. New to him, I've never seen him with that car, but it's a beautiful car. Henry Vicioso in a Ford Mustang. Then George F. Ballback back with us in this Porsche 911 Group 8. Tom McGlynn in a 9146. Tom McGlynn also with Youngblood Wheels. They manufacture some amazing sports car wheels. So check out Youngblood, spelled with a Y. Kellen Weinberger in a Porsche 911. Zachary Tenorio in a Ford Mustang Group 12. Then Dawn Myers. So we've seen her dad and we've seen both of her children, but we haven't seen her yet. So Dawn Myers in a Porsche 911. Matthew Getzinger in a Porsche 911. Lee Giannone, my boss, our CEO, is out there starting 18th in a red Porsche 911. Larry Lunda in a Porsche 914. Alex Rourke in a Lotus Elan, a beautiful Lotus Elan. Randy Alexander, Datsun 510. Jessica Jonk, remind me to talk about Jessica Jonk, my good friend there. She's also living the dream in that BMW 325i. Randall Castling in the Porsche 9146. Kim Meyer in a BMW 330. Patrick Riley in a BMW, Robert Blaine, Jamie Horner, and Justin Pauley. I had to rush through there, Ralph, because we're coming to green.
Yep, getting ready to crest the hill and get into the gas and get underway. Watching the flag man. We're green and we are underway once again here at Road America. And that thunder will wake everybody up if you're still sleeping on this Saturday. It is race time for sure now.
John DeGainer takes it into Cube 3 Architecture Turn 1, followed by Rick Mooney in the blue 42. Didn't see Bob Gee out there in his beautiful Corvette, but look at the diversity of cars here. We love to see that. That Capri, I know that's one of your favorites.
It is. I went and had a chance to take a look at that. It's a real thing.
Yeah, those are really cool cars.
Cosworth GAA engine producing about 450 horsepower. Basically took a Cosworth DFE and sliced off 2 cylinders.
So Scott Graham in that white Pontiac trying to get around Michael Origer.
That is a great looking Firebird.
It is, yeah. Some E30s out here. I love the E30s, and what a great car. But John DeGainer, this car has been in development. His dad bought it in the early 60s. That's a Devon body, an MGA rear end, some Corvette 327 up there in the front, and that's one of those Devons that they've just been developing since the early 60s. John also has another Devon, but he and his dad always here. Last night they went to Gessert's in Elkhart Lake for their traditional ice cream, but just so happy to have them out here. Matthew Getzinger in that beautiful Porsche 911, the Toad Hall Le Mans Porsche.
Yeah, now that's not the actual class winner from Le Mans, but it is the backup car to that car.
And it looks right. It still has the old British license plate lights to mark the numbers,
yep,
you know, for the 24-hour races. Now these two Corvettes up front, Rick Mooney and Michael Origer, they're under the same tent with Stuart Black. And Stuart Black out here in the Midwest, I believe in Iowa, always looking for some more American muscle drivers to join him. So if you want a very well-prepared American muscle car in Group 6, look for Stuart Black and his shop. Just great people to be around, but obviously he knows how to prepare some fast cars. Travis Frang in the orange Corvette also under the tent with Stuart Black this weekend.
There's a whole group of them right there.
But I'm not seeing Bob Gee. So there's a 969 and a 696 that look almost identical, and Bob Gee's 696 isn't out there. Okay, so Fritz Seidel is now ahead of Lisa, and they're under the same tent as well with the Curie Racing. So we've got John DeGainer, Rick, Michael Origer, Scott Graham. So, you know how I like to put you on the spot. This is going to be a tough one.
All right, come on, let it go.
What's your favorite Group 6 car in this group?
Well, I'm going to lean towards the Corvette, and I'm going to go with the coupe.
You're so predictable,
I am
just
very
like
predictable.
me. Yeah. Which
but
one?
I would take the coupe over the convertible top.
Okay, so the blue
Topless.
969 one?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was so funny when we had Andy Lally up here. We asked him his favorite car, and he said, whichever one's winning.
Yeah.
I do like those Camaros.
Yeah, the 69 Camaro is very strong. And, you know, as much as everybody raves about the 69 Camaro, the Firebird of the same era is very underrated, isn't it, in a lot of ways?
Yo, yeah, if you put them side by side and said, which one do you like more? Firebird every time. There's something about Pontiacs and their design, even though they're kind of basically the same cars. Uh-oh, we might have something here. George and Lisa going into Canada. I think I'd pick the Pontiac over the Camaro.
Yeah, I mean, the Camaro is definitely going to hold its value a little bit better. But I think if you're looking to get a cool American muscle car, the Firebird of that era is a great choice. And there's not going to be 1,500 of them every time you show up at an event.
These cars are shaking our booth, ladies and gentlemen, as they pass us. So that's Jonathan DeGainer. Right behind him, what I call the football car, the blue 42. And then Michael Origer. So John DeGainer's running in 6 GT. Michael Origer is 6 AP, and Rick Mooney is in 6 BP, but they're...
Oh, the Hippie 914 is off. It's got the Hippie colors on it, Hippie paint scheme livery. Made famous on the 917.
That's Tom McGlynn. he did the right thing. It looks like he's pulled off there to where we don't have to stop the session and go collect them, so we appreciate that with the 901 shop in Brady. And then that black and yellow Porsche 911, that's Dawn Myers, and we've seen her 2 boys and her father racing this weekend.
You know who's not out there is our boss, Ligier JFC.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't seen him.
That Golf liveried Porsche that you just saw in front of Dawn. I was talking to Aaron at Acuri, and they had to go back to their shop, and the only transmission they had was just a street transmission. So he said, make sure you say in the broadcast that the gears aren't geared for Road America. They're made for a street 911, so the car may be a little bit slower than we're used to seeing.
That Capri, by the way, as we were talking about a little, oh, there he is, the hippie car driver getting out.
With a deadhead sticker. They're telling him to get back in. Usually they don't want you getting out of the car unless it's on fire. So he's like, okay, I'll get back in. Such a nice guy. Runs Youngblood Wheels. I think they manufacture out of California. Don Meyer, Getzinger. So that's the 36. So I've got, that's Kellen Weinberger there. And this is going to be the race here, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that's George F. Ballback and Lisa Hansen. They both know Road America very well. They're under the same tent. I think the cars are equally prepared. So they're going to go back and forth here as Rick Mooney is still keeping up with John DeGainer, trying to force Jonathan to make some kind of a mistake. Of course, we do the Dick Mooney Memorial every season with Group 6 at our Watkins Glen event as they come up here. Now, this could be the deciding factor, Ralph, because they're coming up now behind lap traffic. A 4.5 mile race circuit, but with these different groups, it's not hard to do. Zachary Tenorio in that orange and black Ford Mustang from Group 12. But this, the overall leaders.
You know, Robert Blaine is driving that Ford Capri, and he's going to be back out in a little while in a stunning factory Corvette, one of the Pratt & Miller's C6Rs, and he actually has Dan Binks here wrenching on the car. Dan was the crew chief on that car in its race days, and he also owns this Capri, which was a true Rob Walker Capri. And if you're into the Capri world in the United Kingdom, Rob Walker's the guy you take your Capris to get it built and set right.
Now that CompuWare Corvette, would that have been the same era as like Dale and Dale Jr. and Andy Pilgrim?
Yeah, they ran a C6.
Okay. Now look at this BMW. I don't have information on this. But that Lotus we were talking about, that's what the Miata was based on.
That's Kim Meyer in the BMW. That's a 330 Ci.
What a cool wrap on that. The Datsun 510. And then Jessica Jonk just went by. So Jessica Jonk, I've known her for a long time. Her father's car, but not her father racing. They had sold it, was out in the last race, that yellow Austin Healey, and she's run a BMW with us. But I've known her a long time. She's helped us out with a lot of photography, and now she has a job with IMSA and HSR and the Porsche Carrera Cup and the Penske IMSA team as their photographer. And we're Facebook friends, so it's so cool to see her on race weekends and who she gets to take pictures of and everything. So it's always fun when you get to see your friends live their dreams as well.
And you know what, Ben? I got to correct myself. Dale Sr. and Dale Jr. with Andy Pilgrim drove a C5R, not a C6.
But same kind of livery, right?
Yeah, they had good wrench on the side of the car, but the factory Corvette team always ran what they called Velocity Yellow, which is that color that you're talking about. The yellow flag out waving here That's where our 914 would be off to the side, I believe.
So there's Dawn with a 901 shop.
And the reason why they wanted that Velocity yellow, Doug Feehan, who was the team manager for the organization, wanted a color that was bright enough that no matter where he was on the racetrack standing watching, he could see his cars off in the distance. If everything is black or red, they all look the same, right? So if you saw that bright yellow, you knew it was a Corvette.
So Torque Drive is saying, give me a 1970 Boss 302, please. I'd have to agree with that, especially if it's grabber blue. And then they also like the black Camaro. So not only is he like a Mustang, but he likes a Camaro as well. That's unique, Torque Drive.
Yeah.
So there's that Toad Hall Le Mans car,
And that's a
car.
911 ST. That's the British car I like.
The TR6s.
TR6.
Yeah. I've had a 73 TR6. They're a lot of fun. So what they're doing there is that the staff here at Road America is just putting the car there just to block anybody from hitting that 9146 of McGlynn and keeping them safe, and they're going to be able to stay under green with just a local yellow there, which we really appreciate. But look at this gaggle of cars coming down. Look at that 510 just bouncing. Stay on it.
That's Randy Alexander in the Datsun 510.
And there's Jessica Jonk, who we just spoke about in that E30.
The Capri tagging on the back side.
But it's great to see your motorsports photographers out there also behind the wheel.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
That's awesome. She brings us donuts in the morning. Just always one of the paddock's favorite people. And it's cool to see that she's also now the IMSA paddock's favorite people. So that little Elan there, that green Elan with that kind of Aston Martin colored green, that's what they base the Miata most after. Travis Frang, Scott Graham. I love the look of that Pontiac, even though to me it has Shelby colors.
It's a good looking car.
As they come through Kettle Bottoms, that Datsun 510 and E30 going at it into Canada Corner.
Here's Canada Corner. I like how they did the seating into the side of the hill over there.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the stone. It's a great place to sit and watch.
It really is. That's Jamie Horner in that Triumph TR6. 8. Those are torquey little cars. So there's that local yellow going into Cube 3 turn 1. And I like they've kind of keeping the tradition of the art cars here with that wrap.
Yeah.
Lots of females in the last two groups racing with us. We love seeing that. But here comes Jessica in that beautiful E30 behind that 510. There's your Capri.
Here comes the big Corvette.
Here's the leaders. They've got a big group of cars to make their way through here, so they've got to navigate politely. So if you're unfamiliar, ladies and gentlemen, vintage racing, it is the job of the overtaking cars to make a clean pass, especially when the cars in front of the overtaking cars are in their own race. So it's up to John DeGainer and Rick Mooney to navigate safely through there. So they should be coming into Mission Foods turn 5 here soon, coming through a gaggle of cars. Here they come, up the left. Now Rick Mooney, because of the traffic, is able to kind of close that gap, and this turn here, this right-hander.
Cost big. He got caught behind the slower car, and now he's losing a lot of ground. And everywhere he goes, the door closes on him again.
Yep, and then John DeGainer is almost through the traffic, but he might be able to catch back up through the carousel. There's that BMW, but let's see what happens coming out of that carousel. My Summit sign got blown down. Justin Pauley in the Porsche 911. We've had some pretty high winds here this weekend.
We really have.
I'd like to go back to Canada Corner and see the leaders come through.
Beamer getting a good run up the hill, taking the position away. Here come the leaders off the final turn, headed up the hill.
Jessica Jonk around the Datsun 510.
And they got the white flag, 1 to go.
All right, Rick Mooney.
See if he can make something happen here right in the draft. He's right back on him. He can't allow any of those slower cars to get back in between them, though, Ben. He's got to keep closing that gap.
Yep. So as an MG fan, I have to root for that MG rear frame of the Devon of Jonathan DeGainer, but you're going to be the Corvette guy, so let's see what happens here. I have a little bit of an advantage. I'm out front yet, but Rick Mooney's really good. Now here's Don Myers, and the car with the Kellen Weinberger has the street transmission, and it doesn't seem like that's caused much of a difference here. That's my favorite generation 911, those two cars there.
It's a great look.
Before they got too big. I love that one as well. You need to come look at all these cars up close, too. They look unbelievable. Oh, man, hanging that right wheel there. Kellen tripoding through 14.
Boy, he's giving it everything. Here come the leaders through the carousel, headed towards the kink.
I think Rick has about one more chance. He's got to carry a lot of speed through the kink.
Yep.
Then he's got Canada Corner or maybe 14, but Canada Corner is a good passing zone. But it's hard to get John DeGainer to make a mistake. Coming under the Mission Bridge, there's Scott Shadle.
Here are the leaders coming out of the final corner, and he didn't quite get there, Ben. I don't know if he made an attempt at a pass and it didn't work, but either way, he's going to chase him up the hill, but he's not going to have enough, as DeGainer and the Devon Evolution will take the win. Corvette still looks better, though, I'm just saying.
I love it. I love stuff like this. And it's been really neat to see, just in the maybe 10 years I know DeGainer, to see kind of the development they keep doing. They've added a few more little roll hoops in there. His dad is here this weekend running it with him. I met his daughter at Austin. But then, you know, Rick Mooney, beautiful Group 6 BP to finish second in this group. There goes Scott Graham. Jessica Jonk got around the Datsun 510. So such a cool group
Robert
of cars.
Blaine in the Capri across. Beautifully prepared car in that blue and white.
The bravest driver in this group has got to be that Lotus Elan.
Yeah.
Like, you know, these cars are twice the size, twice the weight. Justin Pauley in the Porsche 911. So many cool cars in this group of cars. It's hard to know who and what to talk about. So Lisa Hansen, look at that. Lisa Hansen over George F. Ballback in the Group 8. So that's going to be fun in their garage. They share a garage together. So she's got bragging rights tonight. I think George is going to have to buy the ice cream tonight.
That could be.
Oh, we have a question. Who has the loudest car?
Those Corvettes were pretty loud. I got to also say the Echidna is pretty loud too.
So here is our race results. Jonathan Nagainer, Rick Mooney second, Tim Cornelius third, Travis Frang, nice job Travis, in fourth, Scott Graham in that beautiful Pontiac fifth, Daniel Parr sixth, Scott Shadle seventh. Then the first in Group 8 is the 8th place of Lisa Hansen, George F. Baalbach ninth, and in 10th, Zachary Tenorio. He was in the Group 12 Mustang. Don Myers, Group 8 in 11th. Kellen Weinberger right behind in 12th. Matt Getzinger in that beautiful Toad Hall Porsche 911. 14th is Kim Meyer. 15th, Jessica Jonk in that E30. 16th, Randall Castling. 17th is Randy Alexander. 18th, Robert Blaine in that Capri. 19th is Larry Lunda. 20th is Alex Rourke. Jamie Horner. Justin Pauly, 22nd. Patrick Riley. Michael Origer, 969 in 24th. Tom McGlynn, 25th. And then Fritz Seidel, 26th. So Fritz is in a new car to him, so might have had some mechanicals there.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here and then come back with Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Should be up next when we return here to Road America.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Food. World's best racers together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fat, too tasty.
When you run it out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you run it out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off.
My name is Titus Sherlock. I race in the FR Americas Championship for Crosslink Motorsports. It's really, I think, one of the best series to come out and try to develop yourself and get wheel to wheel with guys that are very good as well. It's very competitive, so it's a great series to be a part of. The goal is definitely to win the championship this year. Had a rough year last year. I think we should have been definitely closer to the championship than we were, and the goal is definitely to win. There's going to be a lot of fast guys here as well, so it's going to be tough, but that's the goal. Yeah, the split between the teams ultimately doesn't change, my job. I just come here to try to win races and do my best. So everyone I was friends with before, I'm still friends with. Now we can't say as much to each other, like after sessions and stuff, but we're still friends. I guess you could see it as a good. Now that there's kind of, instead of one big powerhouse, there's two teams, and there's actually, this year there's more teams joining as well. So there's a lot of drivers spread between, 4 or 5 different teams that are quite competitive. So I think it's a net positive for everybody. The goal is still to win. It doesn't really matter what happens before. I didn't get out of race day, so the goal is always to win. And then if that's not possible, do your best and try to score as many points as you can. I believe in myself, and even if there's a tough day or a tough weekend, I know I can bounce back and perform at what I know I'm able to do.
I'm Jet Bowling. I'm 20 years old, and I'm racing Formula Regional Americas with Kiwi Motorsport. Yeah, second year, obviously, we're for the championship. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think we could win it, so that's the goal. I think Titus Sherlock, he only finished a point and a half last year, and he's here. And I know Bruno Ribeiro, he won some races, and Nico and Miata won some races last year. So I think, yeah, I had the most points, but quick drivers here. So this season, I'm trying to be more aggressive. I've always struggled with that. I'm just kind of a nicer guy, I guess. Smile a lot, and it's hard to be mean on track, and you got to push people off here and there, get your elbows out. So I tell myself I'm going to be meaner, but yeah, obviously I want to be mean, but I want to win. But I'm not here to ruin any relationships at the same time. My dream has been endurance racing, whether it's IPSA or WEC, something like that. I love the hypercar racing. I love Le Mans. I love Daytona 24-hour. Those are such cool races to me. To be such a blessing to win those. But if I can get in an IndyCar, I'll be just as happy, So I think IndyCar, endurance racing is probably my goal right now. Scott's really good at, the race directing part. He almost acts as a coach just for all of us, just tells us what to expect, what not to expect. When I started first with F4 US, I was really, stressed out, but, his driver's briefings really helped me kind of calm down and, back myself that I know what I'm doing. All the people that go behind this, I know my parents, they're such a big impetus. My coaches, my mechanics, my engineers, I know they travel so far from, whether it's Spain or France or, even if it's down the road from here, they travel so far and they put so much hard work into, they're working 10, 12-hour days. And I'm the one who gets to have fun driving a car. So if I'm faced by doing good, then I'm going to try and do it as hard as I can.
Hi, my name is Mo Murray with Ligier Automotive North America, and we build race cars. I'm going to tell you about 3 types of race cars that race as the open wheel series here at Carrera Motorsports. We have the newly renamed Ligier JFC Junior Formula Championship. We have F4 US, the FIA F4 Championship for the US, and we have Formula Regional Americas, the next level up from F4, covering all of the Americas. Let's go have a look at the cars. This car we're looking at here is the Ligier JFC car, newly renamed series, the Junior Formula Challenge. It's originally the Gen 1 F4 car, Ligier JSF 416, raced in the F4 from 2016 all the way through 2023. This car is similar to the others in that it has a full carbon tub, aluminum wing on this one, steel wishbones and suspension components, carbon crash structures front and back. Drivers in this series can race from the age of 14 years of age.
All right, I'm going to assume this is the lead pack coming up the hill here. Again, we apologize. We're scrambling, trying to get caught up on everything here. The 10 car is Daniel Cara.
From Houston,
Looks like he has the lead just in front of the 42, which is Arazu. That's the blue car, the points leader. Oh, he's coming back in line here. That's going to get awful tight getting to turn 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a very entertaining race to the final. I think these guys are very good and they have a lot of potential.
Kelsey Pinkowski in the 20, the drive out of Rochester, New York, moved right up into second place.
He's having no, it's yellow flag, yellow flag.
So 5 cars running in a train headed down to Canada Corner. Yellow flag is out waving as we keep an eye on Cara here, the driver out of Houston, Texas. So it's Cara, Arazu, Such, Jasir, Doss, and Felber according to the timing and scoring.
I think we're gonna. Is the finish?
Caution flag is out and the field has slowed down and is stacking back up. You can see the safety truck moving around, headed somewhere, not sure where the incident is. Oh, it's right there under the bridge.
Oh.
There's a car right there under the bridge.
Oh, is it Pacheta?
Right at the entrance to the carousel is at the 9. That would be Luca Day out of Montreal, Canada. And you can see the heavy damage to the wing and the left front. He got into that wall pretty good. That's a fairly high-speed section of track, too.
Yes, that's very scary as a first-timer, but you get used to it. It's very entertaining when you get there. Yeah.
Looks like you can see some skid marks back here and where the car dipped into the dirt.
Yeah, that should be a heavy crash. We could see
that.
Hopefully the driver's okay. Yeah, I think so.
For those of you that are maybe new to the series, as we get caught up with everything that is happening here, this is the initial step in the open wheel ladder here with the Pirelli Motorsports Group. It's the Ligier JFC 416 chassis running the Honda Civic Type R 2-liter engine. It's a non-turbo. Of course, they're all serviced and engineered by Mountoon, producing about 160 horsepower in a car without the driver that weighs 1,235 pounds as we slot in behind the Ginetta safety car here. And you have to be at least 14 years of age to run in this category. And of course, everybody running on hand-cooked tires, 2 sets of tires allowed per weekend, but that does not count the rain tires.
Do you want to that I do the translation to Spanish, or like speaks a lot Spanish for my Latin viewers?
Sure.
Okay, ya estamos en Road America, un circuito bien rápido, la verdad, uno de los más lindos que yo he estado. Aquí está Irazu de Uruguay, estoy comentando acá Clemente Huerta de Chile, y una carrera bien complicada. Una carrera bien complicada, la verdad. Cambios de temperatura constantes, mojado, seco, mojado. Y bueno, en la primera carrera el Nico Ambiado pudimos ver que de mala suerte entonces vimos al Nico Enviado yendo muy bien, pero hasta cuando se le rompió el alerón.
So how have you been dealing with the weather all day today, Clemente? It's been a real challenge. I know just sitting up here trying to watch.
Well, the weather's. I haven't raced on raining now this weekend. We were going to. No, we were going to qualify in rain. I was hoping so, but they canceled it. I think it will be very good to see a little racing on rain because shows you who has the best hands, not just the car, but I feel very good.
It's got to be hard because it takes one type of mindset to race in the rain and a different set of focus to run on dry like this. And when it keeps going in and out, you don't know which way to prepare mentally.
No, I just have one mindset, you know, like I'm always cold when I'm driving. I try to stay the most focused possible and don't care about conditions. Like try to do the change the fastest way possible, you know. And if I see racing mid-race, I will like relax a little bit and enjoy it. I enjoy racing on it.
So tell me about how you began your racing careers. You started in Santiago, Chile, where you're from. What is the racing scene like in Santiago?
In Chile, where every year the racing scene is getting bigger.
Okay, go ahead.
So I started doing karting when I was 5 years because my dad always raced on the car, motorbikes, everything. It was crazy. And well, I have 2 national championships. I have for like 1 World Cup, the Rotac Max Challenge finals on Italy last year. I have gone to like 4 South American championships. So I have a lot of experience, and I train in Formula 4 cars, the Tatus one. Since when I was like 14 years old, and done some different tests on different formulas, like the Formula Renault 2000, and that. So it's been a lot of time. I have raced like 11 years in total. It's
11 years.
Yeah.
And you are how old?
I'm 16.
16. So you've been racing basically your whole life almost.
Yeah.
And what is the goal?
My goal is F1 or IndyCar, you know. Try to score the FIA points to get the super license and reach the top categories. That's the goal, you know. That's where I'm targeting. That's my aim. So.
Not a lot of drivers out of Chile have made it that far.
No, just me and Nico Ambiado.
Yeah.
He's also great driver. At karting, he's very good. One of the best of Chile. Yeah, so we both well, he took the decision first, and now we also took it. So I'm here with him. We are teammates in Chile and here, so we're friends basically.
Yeah, and a lot of younger kids behind you guys,
Yes.
looking as you two as the two that are blazing the trail.
Yes, a lot of kids looking up. When I go karting, I always talk to them, and we're all friends. It's like a big family, you know. And they are always looking up to get forward to the biggest category, it's the Formula 1, you know. Well, I don't know how much time it will take to take out the car from the start of the carousel. Hopefully
let's see.
so. Yeah.
Let's see if we can find out here.
If not, we're gonna finish the race with a safety car or not.
Yeah,
Hopefully
I hate
not.
to see that, right? But that might be. Saying green this time by.
Green now?
Getting ready.
Okay, okay,
We
that's
should
good.
be seeing green next time. So let's keep our fingers crossed for that.
How many how many laps we got remaining? Because this is
That I don't know. Nothing giving me that information.
it seems like now we're going green.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's kind of picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
Lights are out on the Janetta safety car is what we're being told they want. Still on though. Looks like they're out now. Yes. That's a good sign.
I'm anxious to see that, you know.
So Arazu came into here with the points lead after having a great opening weekend at NOLA. 2 victories in 3 races for Gaston Arazu.
Yeah, that's great. No, that was a big challenge. It was my first Formula race.
Here's the final corner. They'll set them up. And our safety car is pulling off.
We're back to racing.
We will be shortly. There's the green flag, and we are back underway with car out front. Well, he got a great jump, didn't he? Car in the 10 pulling away. Such right behind him in the 28. You see the 7 of Jasir and the 42 of Arazu. That blue machine tucked nicely into 3rd. Habir Das in this top 5 as well in car 23. Das should be in that yellow, the car right behind the yellow one, the silver machine. Headed to turn 5. Great place to get him under braking.
Yeah.
Like right here.
That's a good dive in.
Arazu making the move on Such, takes over 2nd place.
La carrera.
But that's how you hang on to the points lead, right?
Yeah.
Move like that?
Yeah. They're fighting their lives for the points, you know. Oh, I thought he was gonna spin. Casi se resbala mi amigo el del 10.
Car getting a little aggressive with the steering there, pulling it back in line. Oh, you can see the car's getting a little looser.
I think it's
Such.
cooling down the track starts to cool down, or it's my idea, porque se ve los autos deslizando de lado a lado y parece que se está enfriando la pista. Bueno, no sabemos.
Going to be hard to get a lot of grip in these cold conditions all day today too.
Especially on this one, on the kink, that you're full throttle. Oh, that's beautiful.
How do you like the kink?
It's one of the fastest corner of the track. I loved it. It's beautiful. Like passing between the trees.
Yes.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Through our Hankook corner here.
vuelta.
You see some of the kitty litter off to the right side of the racetrack there, the grease sweep as they call it. A lot of different names for that stuff.
Oh, he's gone wide. He tries to find the gap.
Carr doing a nice job. He got a great restart as such. Retakes second place away from Arazu.
Yes, he has a good rhythm.
And it looks like they're going to go side by side coming through 4, headed down to turn 5. Here we go. This should be potential pass for second. 3 wide as they're heading down to turn 5.
Oh,
look at that. Here comes Jasir inside. He's going to get them both.
Oh, they almost sandwich him.
Arazu on the outside dips a wheel off to the right. He's going to get around Jasir and such trying to follow through on the outside, going through 6.
This is crazy.
That is some very aggressive racing.
Yeah, and it's still just round one from Road America, so we'll see more action this weekend.
Headed over to the carousel. You see it in front. Mission Beach off to the far right. Headed over there. Now it's the kink, and then on our way down to Canada Corner. And the next best and possibly last opportunity for a pass. Here comes Such. What Jasir right behind him. I almost thought they touched.
Almost touched. It seems like it was karting, you know.
Yeah, Such first one to Canada Corner. And again, this is a 3-car fight for second place. Kara has checked out with the lead. He's got a good 3 seconds between him and the rest. Here's Kara. Here comes that battle now. 4 cars fighting for second. Such up front. Jasir inside in the bright yellow car. He's going to make, they're going to be side by side coming to the line.
One of the closest finishes.
Here they come to the checkers. It's going to be Kara with the win. And then, Such! Such is going to get it. Yep. Such, Arazu, and Das snuck in there right at the end. He was that 5th car in line. What a fantastic finish to our Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Well, Clemente, what did you think of that?
That was crazy. That was real racing out there on the last lap. They were risking their lives. That was beautiful. Like leaving the kink, that one.
And you know they were all flat through the kink.
Flat over the kink.
Flat through the carousel?
Also.
Yes.
Yeah. But then they do. Who did that? Like the 2 cars that passed one. They did one.
Going into 5, coming out of 5.
Coming out of the kink.
Out of the kink. That was Such and Arazu, and Jasir was in the yellow car.
Yeah, that was crazy.
He's the one that looked like he got right up behind the other guy and tapped him from behind. That was just incredible racing. And they'll be back to do it again this weekend here at Road America. Well, Clemente Huerta, thank you very much for coming by. We look forward to seeing you coming up a little later on in the F4 United States Championship. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We will be back to Road America for more great racing after this.
right, I'm down here with Daniel Carra. Unbelievable, the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Daniel, come over here because that was emotional to see you get out of the car. Your dad, it's just a crew, it's the three of you basically, and you've won the
without them. It's my best friend, my dad, and of course my family, my mom, my sister, everyone who supported me, Houston, San Francisco. It's just an incredible feeling, and that was a pretty good race. I can't complain.
Now do me a favor though, talk to the Portuguese speaking fans out there that have been cheering for you so much in the comments.
Todos, muito obrigado.
That's awesome. Well, Daniel Carra, top step here, provisionally in the JFC Championship. Unbelievable, nice job. I'm going to send it back.
America, the green flag just coming out. That's Steve Grundhall taking the lead in the number 1 with the 7, or Travis Engen, I should say. Steve Grundhall sliding back into second in the 74. This is Group 2. Ralph Shaheen and Ben Sissel with you as we get this one underway, Ben.
Yeah, unbelievable start from Travis Engen as Steve Grundle coming up, trying to get side by side. But it looks like right now Travis Engen taking the lead. But the draft in both Formula B and Formula Ford, super important on these 3 long straightaways as Travis Engen has the advantage here.
Engen in that black number 1.
Navy
the
blue.
snout of that car right down on the pavement.
Yeah, and we've seen Travis Engen and Mark Giroux with us a couple of times this season. Haven't seen Grundle. And then that maroon 69B of Pierce Rader. You've got to see this car up close. Absolutely fantastically prepared.
Challenge for the lead. And tucked back in line. It's Grundle. It was starting to look to the inside.
And now this is the leaders in the Formula Fords. Jeffrey Chilch out front with Daniel Arians the second just behind. But Ralph, I've been talking to a lot of our drivers getting out of the cars, and they have been complaining about it. The track just seems slippery. It's not wet, but they just said, and you can see the drivers kind of fighting for grip as they go along, but Grundle maybe making a move for it.
Coming down to Canada corner. And he's not going to get it done at Canada. It's going to be Engen that's going to come out with the lead as they fight up through Thunder Valley.
But Rader right behind him in that beautiful Lotus. And then Bruce Hamilton. Bruce Hamilton, I'm excited that he was here because he was having some engine issues and they needed to find a 10mm helicoil. And it looks like they found the little helicoil and he's out there working pretty well.
Here's that draft in full action as they come up the front straightaway. And Grundle swinging to the outside, but I don't know if he's going to have enough speed to get there on the outside. Reeder right there in third in that purplish-colored 68.
Followed by Bruce Hamilton. Look at that, a train of 4. And Mark Giroux is probably working to try to catch him, but he's kind of out of the draft.
Now we're going to swing to the inside again. A lot of blocking and moving as we come through 4. Here they are charging downhill to turn 5. And it's a pretty dramatic drop, Ben. Just right through here, it kind of, if you're standing back up where the flag marshals are, it kind of just drops away from you. Not as aggressively as, say, the corkscrew at Laguna, but it definitely goes away from you.
But Rader, just in that straightaway from the Sargento Bridge from 3rd to 1st. Pierce Rader in 1st in this beautiful, looks like a gold medallion Lotus 69B.
And that's Rader out front.
Fourth, like now that the helicoil and he knows the engine is working, he's getting more and more confident out there. And with a draft game like this in these Formula Bs and Formula Fords, sometimes sitting back there and just hanging with this lead pack in 4th will give you a lot of knowledge for that last 2 laps when you really need it to count. But it looks like Rader's really pulling out.
Yeah, Rader is starting to separate a little bit. He's got a good couple of car lengths.
Travis Engen in that Chevron B17, Steve Grundle in a Chevron B17, and then Bruce Hamilton in a BT36 from Brabham, Mark Giroux in a Brabham BT29. Looks like Daniel Arians got around Chilch for a while, but Chilch got it back. As we go back to the Formula B race. Now Grundle and Engen both in Chevrons, B17s. Engen's in a B17B. I don't know what delineates a B from a B17, but Hamilton now moving around the outside.
Headed back down to Canada again. This is where everybody wants to try to make that pass, or headed to 5, I should say.
Side by side through 5, Ralph.
And you know, Ben, one of the things we were talking about earlier today is with this racetrack, it's got great flow to it, but the corners aren't linked together the way they are at, say, Sonoma Raceway, right? So if you make a mistake on one of the turns here, there's usually a straightaway after it that gives you an opportunity to gather yourself back up, get back on the right line, and set yourself up for the next turn.
Yeah, you know, I've never really thought about that, but you're right. There isn't like a chess match where you're going into turn 5 to set yourself up for 7.
Right.
It is kind of like one corner.
You think about the S's at Sonoma.
Part, yeah,
right?
like so one part of the track sets you up, and then there's like a little bit of a straight section. So you do want to carry speed out of the kink if you're brave enough.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like Engen, then Hamilton, and then Grundle. Giroux has fallen way back.
It's Canada corner.
And there isn't a bad place to watch the racing from, ladies and gentlemen. So many great spectator areas. And I can't even pick a favorite.
No, you know, we say it all the time, the road courses that you need to get out and walk the track and watch it from a variety of locations. I don't think there's any track that's more that way than this one. And I know they're celebrating their 70th anniversary here this year at Road America, and big tip of the visor to the entire staff here. They have done a remarkable job in upgrading this facility. Everything just looks fantastic. It is ready for its 70th celebration this season. If you're coming to the track for any of their upcoming events, hopefully this weekend with us, you're going to have a great time. Here's a challenge for second Hamilton, getting inside, going into 5.
Good move. Travis and Bruce Hamilton raced together quite a bit in both Group 2 and Group 9. But the draft, there's just nothing you can do. When you're the lead car in a draft, you know, you just kind of have to know that the car is there and that they're going to take it, and you hope that it works out timing in the end.
Well, Engen and Grundle have fallen back, haven't they? They were fighting for the lead early on, and now they're fighting for third.
And Hamilton, you know, I spoke to him the other night. He wasn't sure he'd be able to get out in the Formula B. But Cahill, I don't think there's any kind of give up in the Cahill team. So somehow they found him that 10mm helicoil and got it here, fixed the car, and it's running really well. Pierce Rader with that Formula B coming into the Summit Racing Equipment Canada corner, through the trees, through the forest. And then back up the hill. Really, this is the only section where you kind of have to set yourself up for.
Yes.
Look at those big fat tires, no wings. Now these two, both the chevrons, they're going after it. Steve Grundle, Travis Engen. Oh, here we go. The B17A was Formula 3. The B17B was a Formula B. So Torque Drive, thanks for the information. Nice. I love having these experts listening in our comment section. Bruce Hamilton, though, is making a move, isn't he?
He's closing the gap.
Yeah.
It was 1.3 seconds back last time across the line, and he looks to be getting closer than that now. He's ahead to 5.
So let's see if we can see where Hamilton is better than Rader. Looks like in and out of corners. So they come under the bridge. Downhill, this is a lot steeper downhill than it looks.
It really is.
And then to just a part of the track that just is really difficult to drive fast is the carousel. You're just constantly trying to find grip, but Hamilton looks to be the fastest car out there right now. So you think we're going to see something at Canada Corner, Ralph?
That's the spot right now that he's setting himself up for as they rip through the kink. He's right there. Looked like he was setting up to the inside. Oh, nope, not able to get there.
Seems like he's made as good passes at turn 5, coming down the hill.
That's true.
So we'll see if he's kind of setting himself up where he wants to comfortably pass. Turn 1 is a passing zone, but it's a very, you almost need the lead car to make a mistake because it's such a high-speed corner.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe dip a wheel on the outside, get inside of him.
But he's in the draft. Definitely in the draft and moving out, Ralph.
Thinking about 1. See what he does. He's coming up alongside. They're even. No, he's going to get him. Hamilton pulls it off, getting into turn number 1. A great move. The late stages of this one are Group 2 contest.
And this is where it all changes. You know, he was fighting back from 4th, and now he's in the lead, and now he's setting the marks and, you know, setting the brake zones. And so now Rader's going to see what he can do and maybe where Hamilton's weak spots are.
He seems to be pulling out a bit of a gap already.
This is the first time I've seen this car all weekend. I don't know where it's padded.
Grundle.
First time I've seen Grundle's car. It's a pretty car.
Well, the paddock area here at Road America is almost as big as the racetrack itself. I mean, there's cars scattered all over the place.
So Bruce Hamilton has increased the gap size on Rader.
The battle is pretty much stabilized right now.
Yeah, in the Formula Bs, but if you look at the Formula Fords, we've got 0.2 of a second between the leaders. And then the third place is just a couple of tenths behind them.
Daniel Arlen's the second leading in the Formula Fords.
So that's Ficht in the 36A. So this is for 10th and 11th.
Fritz in the 30.
It's the 36 and the 127 that we want to see.
White flag is out at the start-finish line. 1 to go.
Here we are. Here's the leaders in the Fords, and it is heated up. Chilch now looks like ahead of Arians. If Chilch is in the car that I'm used to him driving, we'll see.
Here they come, the three of them headed to Canada Corner. Nobody able to make anything happen there.
No, so that is Daniel Arians, the second out front of Jeffrey Chilch in that red and black and white Lola T440 with Rhodes, Dan Rhodes in the white Tiga right behind him. Look at this. This is the fight for the Formula Fords.
Yeah, they're going to have one more lap, Ben.
Yeah, and Chilch just behind trying to make this draft work as they take the white flag. And I think he's going to be able to duck out before turn one.
He's got a good draft going there. Here he comes looking inside. Nope, going to have to get back in line as they set up to turn in. Now you start thinking about turn 5.
And how to get the best draft behind Arians out of this corner here, Mission Foods turn 3. But Arian got a little bit more of a gap there. Came out of turn 3 a little bit better. And watch out for Rhodes.
Not able to make anything happen there. Just about a car length and maybe a tick more between the car in front of you. And that's just too far to make a move under braking. Checkered flag waves. Hamilton will take the overall win and the Formula B category. Rader and then Grundle. That's your top 3. And Engen crosses the line in 4th.
That's the battle in Formula B, but the battle in Formula Fords is very close. And that race is over. Show the Fords.
Part of the racetrack. And here's that fight for the Formula V's now coming through Canada corner. The top 3. Doesn't look like anything has changed there, Ben.
No, it doesn't. Arians out front with Chilch behind, then Rhodes. Arian and Chilch race together quite a bit.
Now Chilch closed up quite a bit coming into the corner. Look at this dive move up the inside. Oh, and it's not going to work for Rhodes. He went for it.
But he saves the. He's still in third.
He's gonna get on the podium.
Come on, Chilch.
But it's not gonna work out the way he was hoping.
Push the
Chilch
pass.
making another run at it. Here they come to the line. He's swinging out wide. No, not gonna get him. Arians will hold on for the win and an exciting finish in our Formula Ford category.
Love the livery of that 127 of Arians. But man, what a finish for Formula Fords. Nice show. And Rhodes still saved third, so it was worth taking that risk.
Yes, yes. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Yeah. As they wave to the crowd. Now, those two are under the same tent, so they're going to have some fun. But here's our results, Ralph.
Hamilton, Rader, Grundle, the top 3 there, and then it's Daniel Arians, Jeffrey Tilch, and Dan Rhodes, top 3 in our Fords. Great racing throughout. As we wrap up Group 2.
Now I'm getting something, so thanks to Jacques Dressang and crew for the tool that Bruce Hamilton needed to win the race.
Well, that'll wrap up this one. Group 2. Tremendous fight here in Road America. We're coming back with more racing action after these words.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Kind of surprises things, and he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
And look at this! Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look on, Miller, look on.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
If the James French and Brian French F1 cars were out there, but if they are, we are in for a real treat.
Well, they were leaving from the far end of the pit lane, right? So we can't see up there from where we are. But I'm hopeful.
Yeah, the best sounding cars we'll have all season. Those Judd-powered V10 cars, unbelievable. But this is Group 9, open wheel, wings and slicks, from anything from Formula 5000s to Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Indy Light, Indy Next, and some Formula 1 cars. So let's go through quickly. James French, P1. Brian French, his dad, P2. Bruce Hamilton, who just won the last race, in P3. James Booth, I'm loving it, P4. Mark Brannon, 5th. Charles Livingston, 6th. Mark Giroux, 7th. Dave Ott, 8th. William Walschlager, 9th. Travis Engen, 10th, who was just out there, as was Mark Giroux. Walter Vollrath in a Lola T97 20, 11th. Jeff Antonelli, 12th. Michael Popp, 13th. Jeffrey Peets, 14th. Dan Kane, 15th. Matt Daniel 16th, Tony Smith 17th, and Michael Plotz 18th. This is going to be a really, really fun race. I'm hoping, did you get to see while I was reading there? Did you see the Benetton and the Jordan out there? I'm not sure. Oh,
there goes the
Benetton. Oh, I'm excited now. These cars, I hope you are in range to be able to hear them. Both of them are father, son. I had a great moment for me. We had both of them on the paddock. On the podium, Father's Day weekend at Indy 1-2 in those Formula One cars. Ralph.
That's fantastic. The Benetton, the blue and white car, is an ex-Gerhard Berger machine. The Jordan on the inside, the bright yellow, is an ex-Ralph Schumacher car, chassis number 6 in the Benetton lineage.
Look at that.
Here we go, up the hill. And you'll hear those Judd V10 screaming to life here. Green flag. And the Jordan with the quick jump, and the Benetton's going to lead going down to turn number 1. Formula One cars at Road America just looks like it should, right? I mean, it just is exactly the type of track Formula One should be at here in the U.S.
Look at that. Unbelievable.
No offense to our friends at COTA, Miami, or Vegas, but there's something about Road America that just says, you know what, there should be a U.S. Grand Prix here. Felt that way for 2 and 4 wheels.
Yeah, I agree with that. So James French following his dad through Mission Foods, turn 5. And then the rest of Group 9 coming around.
That's Brandon in the 5 car, the first of the 3 red cars.
We've seen him a lot this season.
Yep, Brandon right there with the rock star on the side of it. He's been driving like a rock star too.
Yeah, he has. So James French behind, and James French got to a better start, but then got in that oil kitty litter line, and I think just kind of, wanted to play it easy. And here they come around the carousel. It does take maybe 2 laps around Road America for those Avon tires that they have to get the heat in them, to get the grip that they're comfortable with. But man, when they are comfortable, those things fly.
You'll know when they come by our booth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they rattle the fillings in my teeth. It's one of the greatest sounds any music could ever make.
I was standing over by their space in the paddock. They were utilizing one of the garages over there this weekend, and I was talking with the crew guys and everything and listening to them warm up the engines, and I said, you know, if you had to pick maybe the 3 best sounding racing engines in history, a V10 F1 car would be in that top 3, along with a 410 sprint car and anything burning nitro. Here they come. Oh, baby.
And James now taken to the inside.
No problem with the kitty litter that time. And Jordan goes to the front. What a shame that we lost Eddie Jordan just recently. Man behind the Jordan Racing brand. Quite the character.
Such a cool era in Formula One.
Yes.
So now the tire temperature is going to start to get to them. And these cars will be at full song here pretty soon.
And I know there's been a lot of talk. I'm sure many of you who are watching our broadcast here follow along on social media with different things. And there's been a lot of buzz in the F1 paddocks pen about Formula One maybe going back to V10 engines, that there's conversation about that. And I got to say, if they don't, it's hugely disappointing, and I think a terrible marketing move on their part not to.
But look at this, James French and Brian French together around the carousel, father and son. And I just want to thank the French family and the crew of 5 that helped really put this together. The crew of 5 that are here, I'm sure there's more back at the shop, because I know that this takes so much effort to bring these cars out, to run them, but it's such a great show. These cars, you know, everybody thinks they deserve to be in a museum, which they do, but this is what the cars want. This is what the fans want to see. We don't want to see them behind velvet ropes. We want to see them run like this.
We want to hear them run too.
Yeah. That is so much of the experience.
And I know this is a father-son deal that's going on out there, and I'm sure you feel the same way that I do based on what I'm about to say. But to my son Lucas, who might be watching, father and son Shaheen will not be running our own Formula One cars anytime soon. I hate to say, but unfortunately, Dad hasn't won the lottery.
Man, that sounds good. Car looks very smooth.
And they are running the titanium plates underneath, and you can see the sparks coming off the back.
Look at his hands. Watch his eyes. James French, very accomplished driver, IMSA professional racer. You can see the sparks like Ralph was saying. But now that car feels good. You can tell by James' body language. The car's there. It's connected. He has taken off, and now he's kind of in that zone.
Now he's playing, right? I mean, he's...
Tire temperature is where he wants it.
Yeah.
They're always very conservative on these weekends. And then once the car feels right, everything is there, it's like they hit another gear.
The livery on the Jordan was always one of my favorites, too, with the snake going down the side and everything.
But this battle here, Brandon, Hamilton, Booth, Giroux, in the other Group 9, there needs to be almost like a Group 9 F1 and then a Group 9 everything else, basically.
And Brandon, as we said before, has really been the class of this field throughout the course of the season so far. Every time we've seen him, he's had that car up at the front.
And Hamilton here coming around. He says in 5th gear, he's flat out through the kink. I just could not believe that. But look at that. Man, that looks scary.
Well, you got a lot of downforce working in your favor. You need all of it. Imagine the kink in the F1 car.
Oh, it just went by, and it just gives me chills. I couldn't imagine that. I don't have a strong enough neck to be able to do that.
No.
There goes Jim Booth. James Booth and his McDonald's Swift 016, currently in 3rd in this Group 9 section, non-F1 cars. But it's Hamilton looking to get around Brandon. You think he can do it? We saw him do it going into 1 in the last race.
Yeah, he's going to have to hit it just right. He's not close enough, I don't think. Well, he's closing up now. Here he comes. He's looking inside. He's going to get it done. How about that?
Rinse and repeat from his Group 2 Formula B pass. And Giroux got up behind Jim Booth there, coming into 1. Look at those gold wheels.
Oh, that's a great looking car.
Different rear wings. And Hamilton was saying here they put the flattest setup they can get just because of the long straightaways.
Yeah.
So Mark Brandon there in the 2nd, that Rockstar. James Booth. And then Mark Giroux. And Mark Giroux kind of fell back in the Formula B race, but now he's up. And then Travis Engen stayed up in the Formula B race, but he's kind of fallen back in the Group 9 race. As they come into a downhill turn 8 to that long carousel that back in the day, if your oil pickups in your cars were on the right side of your oil pan, that carousel would starve the engine of oil. But it looks like we have a change for the lead here in the Formula One cars as they came through.
Yeah. Bennington is back out front. I think the Jordan is lifted off a little bit, cooling the tires
I think they're
down.
playing.
Yeah.
Just testing and having fun, father, son.
Dad
You just like when you go-karting, you take a big lead and you're like, you know what, I want to come, I want to come play some more.
Yeah, and spin you and take the win back.
Yeah, maybe.
Can't make it a clean pass if you're go-kart racing, right? It's got to be. Huh.
I guess we're going to have to start installing a DRS zone at our races.
Yeah, right.
So come under the Speedville Bridge. This is where that downforce really helps. Under the Mission Bridge, down into the kink. It's been so windy, all the signs have blown over.
Yeah, you're going to be busy this evening.
But pretty soon, those Formula One cars are going to be catching the back of the pack here and scaring the mirrors off the cars they pass. Everybody's looking, though. All these cars are starting to look in the mirrors, looking for these flashes, because the closing speeds on those F1 cars is unbelievable.
And you got to be careful, because you can get so busy looking in the rearview mirror, you lose track of where you are. Well, a little twitchiness there. It's 24 Kane.
Pop. Michael Pop in the Van Diemen RF97.
That's the 13, right? And then 24 is Kane.
Yep. Dan Kane in a Van Diemen RF94.
Well, they've caught traffic.
Yeah, and they sound so good. And I'm sure there's counties away they're hearing this.
Oh, yeah.
Here they go. So James French right behind Brian French. They got around Tony Smith and that Chevron B27. Beautiful car, the Gitanes Cigarettes car.
Yeah, it's a great looking car.
Man, those things sound so cool. I have these cars in slot cars, actually.
Do you really?
And they look cool as slot cars.
I've got the diecast of the Jordan.
So here they come into 8. Let's see if...
And I have a pair of Ralph Schumacher's gloves.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Be a little better if you had a pair of Michaels, but you know.
That's Michael Daniel in the, or Matt Daniel, sorry, in the Tatis RC98. Here they come into Canada corner.
And that's what everybody talks about who's ever driven a Formula One car that doesn't do it on a regular basis, is how much more aggressive you can be on the brakes. You know, I was able to do the, oh, here we go, pass for the lead. The Frenchies are going to change position.
This is a cool moment, Ralph, just to be able to watch this. Like it.
I never thought I'd see Formula One cars in action at Road America, right?
Remember during COVID when they just went to all the tracks Formula One wasn't used to doing?
Yeah.
And there was a rumor that if that had to happen again, they would come to North America. Then I think we might have seen something like this. The sad thing is now it's not based on the tracks. It's based on how many high-end hotels and how, where the closest airport is. And yeah. So, yeah, where I think Road America or Watkins Glen deserves a Grand Prix, it just doesn't have the hotels and the infrastructure in the city to do it. The track definitely deserves it. Look at that. Unbelievable.
I was saying I got to do the swapping paint series back in the old Speed Channel days. And we had Jeff Gordon and Juan Pablo Montoya swap cars first time at Indy. and then Tony Stewart and Lewis Hamilton did it at Watkins Glen. And I remember both Jeff and Tony talking about how radically aggressive they could be under braking as opposed to what they can do in anything else they've ever driven.
We saw Mike Plotz out there in that March 79B, the white car. Looked like a Formula Atlantic. As they come up through the Summit Racing Equipment section of the tracks. I love this orange car here.
It is a really cool looking STP liveried machine.
Same color paint as those turbine cars.
Oh yeah,
from the
well
Indy
it's
days.
that STP neon orange. Day-glow orange. Andy Granatelli made famous.
Michael Popp in the Van Diemen RF97. And then that's Bowler. I don't have information on the Bowler car on my sheet.
No.
That's a cool looking car. Bowler around, driver's left, Pop. So what is that, Ralph?
I want to say it's an old Atlantic car. What it seems like.
Oh, here we go.
And we had to change for the lead again.
Yeah.
And I'm also thinking we got to be getting close to a white flag lap here.
It's Brian French out ahead in the FedEx car over James French in the Benson and Hedges. Racing lost a lot when we lost the tobacco and alcohol sponsors, and it's taken people like Juan Gonzalez to kind of pick that up and support and help out.
And the energy drink companies have stepped up quite a bit in recent years. The Red Bulls and Monster and Rockstar and all that. But yeah, there's not many Mr. Juan Gonzalez's out there that invest the kind of money into supporting motorsports here in the United States the way he has, and we're incredibly grateful for everything he's done.
Which is why it's so important for us motorsports fans to support the companies that support motorsports, like Mission Foods. But here they go, the Formula One cars led by Brian French as they come up to 14. Oh,
there's one off the 3
William
car.
Walschlager in that Van Diemen FC. Off at 14. White flag. White flag is out. And Brian French leading us in this Group 9 Boss Benetton B197.
So the Benetton with a bit of a lead now, just inside of a second and a half or so, but here comes the Jordan.
A bit of a
closing
lead
up
is
in a
right.
hurry. This could be a good little battle to the end between father and son. A couple of F1 cars battling it out here at Road America. Sparks showering out of the back of the Jordan as they head towards turn number 5. Will he go for the move here?
I don't know. It doesn't look like he's close enough. He might be setting something up for Canada.
To see these cars in action here, gosh, how great would it be to see modern era cars just getting their necks wrung out with the best drivers, out there just really sliding these things around, throwing them around. Been incredible.
So fast, they can't focus on them.
Yes.
Here they come around the carousel. About a half a lap to go, Ralph. Who do you have?
I'm going to go with the Jordan.
All right, well, then I'll go with the Benetton. They come around. Look at the downforce.
I think he's just setting dad up here.
Big, soft Avon tires.
There's the kink flat out. Whew. Yeah, he's on him now.
Come on, Brian. Hold on.
Here's Canada. What will he do? Nope, not there.
I think it's going to be a drag race to the line, Ralph.
Could be.
I'm going to give it over to the legend, Ralph Shaheen. Call your Formula One race at Road America.
Here comes the battle between the French family. Brian French just in front of James French as we come up the final corner and head up the hill for the final time. French and French. Here we go. He swings out. James in the 11. Right there alongside, I think it is going to be Brian by just a tick. Yes. 6.
Unbelievable.
6/100ths of a second.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
6/100ths of a second between first and second place.
Yeah. I mean, that was a transponder race. That was maybe a 2.5 foot difference, maybe 18 inches, but unbelievable. That was quite a show. That was so cool. French family, thank you guys so much. We understand.
Yes.
We don't understand, but we can kind of anticipate how much work it takes to keep these cars running and the things that you guys do. So thank you so much, because that just made my weekend.
Yep, that was fantastic. And hopefully we'll get to see them again before the weekend is over.
Yeah, we've got a fan walk tomorrow in pit lane with those cars, the Group 9, these cars that you're seeing as they go. I like this side-by-side celebration. That's cool. So Hamilton, Jim Booth, Giroux, Brandon fell back to 6th. Well, here's your results, Ralph.
Yep, the French family comes in first and second with Hamilton and Booth and Giroux, top 5. Then Brandon, Livingston, Vollrath, Antonelli, and Ott round out the top 10 here with Group 9, SVRA. And we have a lot more racing still to go here on this Saturday from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Be right back.
The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Kind of composite things, and oh, he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Road America. To my left is Tom Pank as our resident expert. To my right is the motorsports legend making the call, Ralph Shaheen. But, man, this is going to be a good race. We have the 16 cars, it looks like, out there. Ralph, what are you seeing here at Road America so far?
You know, we've had a really challenging day weather-wise, but I got to say some of the racing has been really exceptional here today. Junior Formula Championship with Ligier was incredible at the end of that one. We just saw the two Formula One cars put on a 0.06 of a second gap between first and second at the line. It's been a great day.
It has.
His name real quick. But the Lucas is in my car. I'm turned it over to him for this race. I'll start the Enduro and we'll share the car. He had a motor problem in his, so so it's fun for both of us. Lucas has run this car a few times, but this is his first nice dry start race, I think, in this car.
Nice.
So he can handle it. He's a good driver, and he's felt the car out. Hopefully he'll bring it to its full potential. And let's have a nice race.
He is a champion in International GT. So we've got Lucas Pank, P1, Benjamin Meyer, P2, Juan Gonzalez, Too Fast, Too Tasty, P3, Andrew Myers, P4, Michael Merritt, 5th, current points leader in IGT. I don't think John Boyette is out there, but Bob Wyson is out there in 7th. Peter Craig is 8th, Brian Hicks 9th, Cliff Kayer 10th, Kurt Kropp 11th, Richard Walker 12th, William Oliver 13th, Bob Gee, Robert Gee, and I think the Finer Pizza Solutions car in 14th, Eric Gray 15th, and David Harrington this time in the 3.8 Cayman in 16th.
I believe they're going to do 2 pace laps because it is kind of chilly out there, and these cars haven't run much this weekend, so
well, they're lining up side by side, but yeah, you're right. The lights are still on, so that's smart. We've got Benjamin Myers there, wiggling about.
This will be the only race we see Juan Gonzalez in this weekend. He was telling me yesterday that he can't be here tomorrow, unfortunately, and then we didn't see him this morning, so we'll see him this afternoon here, and that'll be it.
So now we're starting the second pace lap.
So Lucas Pank going far right. He is. Okay, John Boyette is there, as our resident expert Tom Panks tells us.
Kayer's there too.
Okay. There's the Juan Gonzalez car. So 3 new drivers that I know of first weekend in International GT is Bob Gee in the number 527, Benjamin Myers in the purple 29, and Andrew Myers in the yellow and black attack of the number 51.
Yeah, let's get this race going, and the sky is looking very promising compared to what we've had today.
Oh, well, now
actually,
you've done it.
The sun is coming through. And
you say it's blue skies in Wisconsin. It'll change just to spite you. But, you know, Tom, the fans at Road America, they don't care. And Ralph was saying, well, they go to Packers games and, you know, complete snowstorms. So this is a nice sunny day to sum up. But we have a lot of fans here, even though they woke up to pretty poor weather.
Yeah, I had to go put a jacket on. It was so cold. And but it worked.
So give us a little history. Lucas Pank, you know, when he started racing in IGT, was coming back and forth from college. But what's he doing now?
He is taking over the excavation business that I have. He is, I want to retire. And Sonoma never, so it's kind of on my bucket list. If you were going to Portland, I'd say no.
We do go to Portland, but not in that. We do that 2-race swing to kind of make it a little bit easier. But I know you're coming all the way from Maryland. Yeah. That's a long way.
It is. It is.
But Michael Merritt did it.
Yeah, Michael. Well, no, he only did it for one. He had to go back.
That's true. Yeah.
New Laguna.
Yeah.
That's a long way to schlep your car for that. But we'll do it. I'll do it as a longer trip, and they have the races a couple weeks apart or a week apart, so it'll be worth it. Now we're coming down towards
Kettle Bottoms.
That's coming into Canada, I believe.
We had some cool Bentleys with us out west. Did you see that?
I heard.
Yeah, it was really neat. Oh, so you don't watch the races if you're not in them, huh?
No. No. Sometimes I'll watch a replay if something interesting happened, but I tend not to.
Sometimes Tom Pank texts me when I get something wrong or say something he doesn't like afterwards, which is always fun. But, Ralph, the lights are out. They're coming up the hill. They're packing up 2x2. Tom, what a sight here.
Yeah, here we go. Getting ready to get this one underway finally. The lights off on the Janetta safety car. Lights on some of our race cars.
It's a good group of cars here.
Now the safety car will pull off onto the pit lane there. And Lucas will lead him up the hill looking for that green from our starter. They'll be coming into view. The start's finished here in a second. Keeping an eye on the starter stand. There's the green and we're racing now.
Good clean start. Dragging it all the way down to turn 1.
Pank on the inside of the 42 is going to be the first one to the corner with the 29 of Myers right there with him. Myers now looking inside as we head to 3. Can't do anything there, but here comes Merritt now. Merritt sits behind Gonzalez in 4th as Pank leads him towards 4.
So that's a nice start for the first couple of corners here at Road America. It can be quite treacherous there. Coming down into 5, these guys are now getting settled in and got a little gap, and now they just have to start setting their race pace.
So Lucas Pank, Benjamin Myers, Juan Gonzalez, Michael Merritt, Andrew Myers. First through as we get some great drone shots here, looking straight down at Benjamin Myers' car.
Some really nice coverage there. They're doing a good job of that.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Yep.
Coming downhill, you can't really see how downhill that is from video. You have to kind of walk the track to see it, but it is surprisingly downhill. Woo, Michael Merritt
all over Gonzalez here as we head over to the carousel. It's Myers, it's Gonzalez, Myers, and Merritt all in there.
So you see Mission Beach to your left, the Mission Bridge as the Mission car of Juan Gonzalez goes right under the Mission Bridge into the kink.
Juan's a very, very good driver and very heads up, so we'll be fine there. And the fields is getting spread out a little bit now and coming up here into Canada short.
Good train of cars.
Yeah, anybody that thinks Juan Gonzalez is just a successful businessman who's out here to play really doesn't know much about Mr. Gonzalez and his racing history. Former flat track motorcycle racer, spent a lot of time racing in a wide variety of sports cars, Ben. He is a very accomplished racer and very good at his craft.
Oh. Andrew Myers is taking Michael Merritt there. That was pretty close there at the start-finish.
So Lucas Pank out front, the Bay Saber Technologies, number 42.
We actually did some last-minute tweaks to the car. So hopefully it was having a little bit of a push, but hopefully we got that out of it. It's got a good gap going.
But Juan Gonzalez was side by side with somebody there. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Let's see. We lost the camera there, but
Benjamin Myers, though, just staying behind Lucas.
Those two are about the same age, so there's no stamina difference between those two. And Juan is still well in front of Michael Merritt.
Merritt giving chase here. Closes up a little bit as they head down that hill to 8. Myers coming right with him.
Looks like Merritt able to outbrake Juan a little bit into 8. Now I saw Lucas just tap on the brakes under the bridge there. Is he just checking?
What Lucas does, and these cars, when you're going over the curbing, the brake calipers will back off a little more. And Lucas always checks, pumps his caliper once to make sure they're tight after he's gone over curbing. I don't do that. This car doesn't back off as much as Lucas's car does, so he's doing that out of habit.
It's not a bad habit, though.
No. Very good driving.
Ooh,
very good driving.
Look at this, though, Ralph.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a group.
Yeah, it's a strong battle back there in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There they go. Headed
Merritt's
towards
still
the final corner.
Juan. Now, Merritt does not stand a chance when Juan uncoils this. Juan has 850 horsepower GT turbo, twin turbos, and watch him go. Watch when Juan uncoils this thing. You'll see a nice gap here at start-finish.
It's too fast, too tasty.
Yep.
In that Missions car.
You
Mission
have
Foods car.
Andrew Myers behind Michael Merritt there. And Lucas just turned a 2:12.1. So that's a good sign with Ben at a 2:13.1. And then Juan at a 2:18. The live feed, when you're getting in some areas, does cut off a little bit because it is cell-based.
Now, what's a Tom Pank lap here at Road America?
Last year, with the I did a 2:08.
Okay.
And that was nice, cool conditions like this. This is very good air for a flyer. And Lucas for a 2:12, that's a good lap. I think I did a 2:11 in qualifying here yesterday.
Bob Wyson,
In
Peter
traffic.
Craig, right behind him. Craig, sorry.
This is where Merritt tends to close back up under the braking at the end of the hill here.
Yeah.
You can see he's trying to get into Juan's mirror.
Yeah, Juan is a very good driver. Oh, hey, Juan's not giving an inch. Good driving, Juan. Oh,
Merritt's
boy,
gonna have to
that's
pass
close.
the
Merritt was right. He's going to dip a
Merritt.
wheel. Look out.
Oh,
Look out. He's off into the beach.
that was nuts.
We
And
saw
right
that
out
coming.
of view.
And
There's
Juan gave him
marbles
room.
there. Oh no, that was not.
that
Juan.
was not
that
Juan.
Was
That-
him getting greedy.
Yeah, he just ran out of room.
That was that's not a spot that is recommended to do that maneuver.
But now,
Now
Andrew right behind Juan Gonzalez.
Yep.
It's so hard to find that grip through the carousel at those speeds, and I think he might be beached.
Oh, geez. And they'll probably call a full course yellow. Lucas just turned a 2:11.1. So Lucas just turned a faster lap than I did in qualifying in my car.
You can't do that, Lucas.
Oh,
You're going to lose your ride.
We'll have a talk later.
But look at this gaggle of cars coming up behind here, just coming under the NTT data bridge.
So
Still not hearing of a full course yellow.
No.
He may be off far enough that they're going to leave him. And they may be able to do a hot pull there, do a local yellow.
But under those
Probably
kind of
assessing it now.
speeds, you dip your left front wheel off in the grass, the rest of the cars just follow.
Well, what happened there was he got in the marbles. When you're in that carousel, the outside of that carousel is nothing but tire scrubs, those marbles out there, and plus it's been wet out.
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
think
green
it-
track. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was able to stay off the wall, so that's good.
Oh, there's damage on the back of that car that just went by. I believe it was the Eric Gray car.
So Lucas Pank, the class of the field right now.
He's got a 5-second lead on Ben Myers. 2:11.1.
Some movement back in the pack here. Looked like the Carrera-backed car was going to make a move there. Wasn't quite close enough to pull it off.
That is Andrew Myers. Ben Myers' brother in the yellow car, 51 car. Yeah, that's the damage to the 991 car. Looks like he caught something, maybe spun off or something. I didn't see it.
Car's still going around, though.
Okay, Myers, or he's pulling in the pits.
Merritt has made his way back to
He's
the
out of the
pits.
Nice job. Bob Gee currently in 13th. So all of our newcomers to International GT doing really well this weekend.
On board with Pank, headed to turn 1.
Now Lucas is settled in, so now he's going to be trying to set a better than dad lap. I just know it. Wouldn't you? Nice and smooth, looking good.
Yeah.
But it is an awesome car, I will tell you that. Bob Wyson just came through with a 2:18.9, his fastest lap of the race. Bob's leading 3.8 liter by about 5 seconds. to Brian Hicks.
But look at this. Andrew Myers right behind Juan Gonzalez. Good fight.
And they're turning identical lap times. I mean identical.
Now I was ready to give Bob Wyson some trouble because my favorite ice cream place, he's staying over it, and he said it was open, and on the website it said it was closed, but he was right, it was open. Went there last night. I was so excited. Look at this line from Lucas. That's a pretty good line through the carousel.
And right now he's going to be squeezing that throttle hard, letting it drift out, and now he's going to come flying through the kink.
Is the kink as scary as it looks?
Well, I will say it's less scary now. What they've done is they've put these grass pavers on the outside of it, so it's concrete with grass growing between it. And that used to be dirt, and you would bounce and fly around. I actually, in testing on Thursday, had 4 off in there and straightened it out. What people often do is they would turn hard to get back on track and fly into the wall on the other side of the track. And I straightened it out, and it was fine. So it was all good. So here comes Lucas now coming up to the front straight. And he's still learning this car. So in fairness, this is a very good drive for him. Let's see what he turns for a lap time now. 11.1, fastest he's gone.
That's
got a little ways to go, but
car looks good though, Tom.
Yep. It's a fun car. It's a unique car. Now, where's Juan at? Juan's still getting chased by Andrew Myers, I assume. Oh yeah, Juan still got it.
So we've got white flag next time by.
I will tell you that car from Juan, it's very difficult to pass on any of these straights here. And with these straights, that turbo power gives him some crazy advantage. He doesn't have the tires that we do, the width and that, although he just did put an Evo kit on that car to widen it out a little bit. So that probably helps him.
But Andrew Meyer doing everything. You see him flashing the lights. Just trying. You're not going to distract Juan Gonzalez.
If you think Juan's going to move over for flashing lights, go eat some more chips.
He'll always race you fair, always give you room, but you have to pass him.
You got to get it. You got to earn it. But he's also he knows he's there 100%.
Yeah. But Andrew doing what he can do, you know.
Yeah, you gotta throw everything at her, right?
Bob Wyson right now with a nice lead over his competitor. You have the field is quite spread out now. Lucas and Ben have a 30-second lead on the field. And Ben's only 8 seconds behind Lucas.
Here we go, Lucas Pank up the hill. Through Billy Mitchell to the turn 14. And should come and receive the white flag here. He's running a good line.
Yeah. No. He pays
might
attention.
not want to drive his car anymore. He might like that car.
Here's the white flag.
Will. A 2:10.6 or 2:10.8 rather.
1 lap to go.
Yep.
So what would you be telling him in the radio right now? Just bring it home?
I don't like to be talked to or talk much on the radio when I'm driving because I am concentrating. So I don't want to be talked to. Now, if there was a problem on the track, I'd say it. We are now on the same frequency, so we can talk to each other, mainly for safety reasons and competitive reasons. But I want to be focused on what I'm driving. I do not like conversations.
So Lucas Pank, I think he's got it.
Looks like Juan's going to hold off Andrew, and Lucas has an 11-second lead on Ben Myers right now. And brother is 35 or 25 seconds behind. I needled the brothers a little bit. I said, so who's faster? And, of course, Ben said, I am for now. But it sounds like they've raced together quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in S2000s, in Chump Car. They've done a little bit of everything. They've been teammates in a Chump Car, but they've raced against each other in S2000s.
Okay. So I think Lucas last minute switched the dash to put his name on it. We'll have to have a chat about that.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
the
sticker.
camera on the dash.
Yeah.
Good for him. Lucas coming around there.
That's Canada corner.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so we've had a nice,
Here he is.
relatively uneventful race. And
careful.
Oh,
Yeah, not to
we're
the
in good
finish
shape.
yet.
Yeah.
Couple of corners left to go as he works his way through the S's up to the final turn.
Well, let's let Tom announce the checkered flag of his son here,
All right,
Ralph.
well, here comes Lucas into the last turn, coming up the hill to take the checkered flag, and I'll bet you he's going to try push another faster lap, and there it is. Here goes Lucas, checkered flag with a 2:10.05 fastest lap, a 2:10 flat. 1.8 seconds faster than his dad did in qualifying.
Ouch.
Yep.
I love it. Well, nice job,
Oh,
Lucas,
wow.
and the
Good
Pank
deal.
family.
Yeah. And there's Ben Myers. He did a 2:12.9. And now comes, hopefully, Juan Gonzalez. There's Juan Gonzalez coming through the onto the front straight, and he does not stand a chance. Andrew doesn't stand a chance against this turtle. There it is, Juan Gonzalez, P3 overall.
But nice job to both of the
job.
Meyer brothers.
Yep.
First weekend.
And now should be John Boyette in the 911 car. Oh, Robert Wisen just came across. And right behind Robert was Brian Hicks. No, that was not Brian Hicks. Brian Hicks was a few cars back. All right, Robert Wisen with a 17.1. Brian Hicks with a 19.5. And now our
Peter Craig, the first of the Stuttgart. Uh-oh, I think Tom is trying to pull out the radio, see if he can talk to Lucas here real quick. Put your mic up there. He just told Lucas, well, you were a little bit faster than me. And Lucas is, it's like, bringing it home. So Lucas Pank first, Benjamin Myers second, Juan Gonzalez, too fast, too tasty with Mission Foods is third, Andrew Myers fourth, John Boyette fifth, Robert Wisen, Bob Wisen sixth, Cliff Kayer seventh, Peter Craig eighth, Brian Hicks ninth. Kurt Kropp 10th, William Oliver 11th, Richard Walker 12th, David Harrington 13th, Ricky Bob Gee 14th, so he's having some good races with IGT. Eric Gray 15th, Michael Merritt 16th, and Daniel Harrington 16th also somehow.
All right, that'll wrap up International GT and their sprint portion of the weekend here at Road America. Congratulations to Lucas Pank, and we will be right back with more open wheel action coming up next.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Welcome back to Road America. Ralph Shaheen and Lincoln Day with you here today as we get set for F4 United States Championship. Rounds 4, 5, and 6 here this weekend. The second stop on the 2025 championship season. And Lincoln, what are you looking forward to with this race?
I'm looking forward to see my friend Alex Papau with my old team do really good in this race. And Caleb Campbell, I raced against him in Skip Bar. We're also looking forward to him doing pretty well in this race, and also want it to be a very clean race because it always hurts to see a driver with a broken car.
So these guys have a lap or so to get the cars warmed up, then we'll be underway. How's the track conditions been out there today?
So far, it was wet in our race in the Formula Regionals, but it dried up pretty quick. And from what I've seen, it's pretty dry out there today. It's very grippy today also from the Porsche race that I watched.
Tell me a little bit about the F4 car. What do you like about it?
I love the noise of the car, the sound of the engine. The V4 is just such a beautiful engine. I drove it last year inside and outside the car. It's beautiful, and the way that the car looks with the halo and the new rear wing is one of the most well put together cars in my opinion.
It's a fast race car too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. I've driven, the old JFC, and compared to those cars, I mean, they have nothing on this car. This car is very quick in a straight line, very fast in the corners, and it brakes very well.
Lights are out on our Janetta safety car. They'll be coming around, and we'll be getting this one underway here. Let's tell you a little bit about the drivers in this one. Alex Popoff in the 55. Cooper Shipman in the 14. Kikai Hawanio in the 29. Clemente Huerta in the 17. Caleb Campbell in the 68. Ty Arbogast in the 32. Dimitri Nolan in the 5. And Luke Powers in car 51. Boy, everybody packing in tight, aren't they, Lincoln?
Oh, yeah. With these cars, you have to be extremely close for the draft to have a good effect on you.
TF4 United States Championship. 8 cars getting ready to battle here at Road America, looking for the green. Here we go. We're underway. '55 of Popoff jumping out to the early lead, but everybody fanning out behind him, looking for a way around. Awanio moved up into second place. Kekai getting a good run. So we await their arrival at turn 5. Here's turn 3. Under the bridge, headed through 4 now. That long run down to turn number 5 and the first big braking test. Coming around the outside, Hawanio trying to make something happen in that orange and black 29. Popoff in the 55 out front, starting to pull away a little bit here. Looks like he's found that rhythm pretty quickly.
Yeah, when I was...
one car goes around. Couple of spins right in the middle in front of the pack, and everybody did a tremendous job of avoiding him. Big gap already by the top 2 cars. Down to Canada corner. And that battle for the lead intensifying as they work their way towards the final corner. Popoff in the 55. Hawanio in the 29 right there. Popoff trying to break that draft a little bit. Side by side as we head towards turn number 1. Hawanio on the outside in the orange 29. Popoff trying to defend on the inside. Hawanio turned in first, but Popoff was still there, but Hawanio is going to move by now. Kikai taking over the lead. Kikai Hawanio out front now, leading here at Road America. Popoff looking inside, headed down to 5. That'll be the outside when they get to the corner. He had a really good run through 4 down the length of that long straightaway. Oh, a little bit of contact there through turn 5. Hawanio has to back off.
Alex is doing a great job here defending and taking back his place. And when I race with him at Coda, he's very good at finding that rhythm very fast, and it's very fun to watch him outside of the car for once. And it's honestly very impressive what he's able to do with that car.
Of course, his dad was a very successful racer as well.
Yeah, that definitely helps him out. And his dad's very sweet too. The whole family is amazing.
Pop off out of Miami, Florida. Here comes that battle for the lead to the final corner. There's the 5 car of Nolan. Now it looks like he's moved up to 3rd, gotten around Huerta in the 17. Yeah, confirmation now as they cross the line. Nolan is now in front of Shipman, and Huerta back to 5th. Arbogast in 6th. Campbell and Powers. As the battle for the lead heads to turn 1 and down towards turn 3.
It's amazing to me just how much of the exit curb these cars can use, because in the Formula Regionals, if we use just slightly too much, we bottom out pretty heavy, and that tends to hurt our back a good amount. But these guys are running out the entire curb.
Braking battle at 5. Pop off, hanging on. Kekai giving him lots of looks in the rearview mirror. Iamanio is right up under the rear wing, isn't he, of Papa?
Yeah, it's amazing how close you can get with these cars.
It's hard to see exactly where that nose is, though, right? Because, I mean, it drops out of your sight. So knowing exactly how much room you got to play with can be very tricky.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much time and effort they put into these cars. And the only time I've seen my front wing was when it broke and it was kind of angled in the wrong way. So I was able to see my end plate pretty well. But guessing how far or how close you are to the car in front is very hard in these F4 cars.
Using up all the curbing there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Coming out of Canada. That's the biggest gap Alex has had all day. About 2 car lengths.
I'm very excited to watch the entire series between Palau and Juanio and how their championship rivalry goes, because they're both very smart, very fast drivers.
Kekai, as far back as he was, has now started to inch his way back in. Where do you think he's gaining the speed?
I think a lot in the minimum speed of the corner. He's keeping it up very well, because turn 1 and turn 1, I guess, is a very high-speed corner with very high minimum speed. It's not about exit speed or entry speed. It's about maintaining steady speed throughout the corner, and he's always been good at that. In the last year, the JFC and previous years before that.
Go side by side through there. Didn't look like anything changed just yet. Popov still hanging on, but boy, Kekai is really applying the pressure inside, outside, back to the inside. This is quite the fight at the front.
One of the things I've learned about Kekai is he's a very psychological driver. He's able to get into the mind of the people in front of him and try to make them make mistakes so he can catch up very fast and pass them.
What does he do that messes with your mind that way?
He presents himself. He makes sure that you know that he's there and he is able to make a move if he wanted to. But he doesn't want to necessarily risk taking a dive bomb into turn 5, for example. He's going to stay back and hope that you lock your front tires and make a mistake. But coming to the last laps of the race, if he really has to, he will send the car as far as he can to get that place.
So both of these drivers that are leading here saw the top step of the podium at NOLA, the season opener. Kekai winning the first race and then Popoff winning the next 2. And Popoff coming out of New Orleans with the points lead. And Cooper Shipman, second, and second. He's running 4th here today.
It's impressive the season that he's had and how consistent he's been with his speed and keeping the car on track so far.
This car debuted here a year ago, did it not? This version of the car?
Yes, I believe so. We did have a preseason test, but no one showed up to it because we didn't have our cars yet, and we really got a first look at them here, and they were so much fun to drive here. These cars rotate amazingly well, which really helps coming out of turn 5 and turn 3.
There's that. Looks like things have changed up a little bit in that big pack. We'll see if it straightens out when we get a good look at it here. Popoff has slipped back 2 spots now to 3rd. Kekai, I believe, is running in 2nd. Let's see here. I'm not getting a long enough look at it. Are you, Lincoln?
No, unfortunately.
Three orange cars out there right now. Makes it kind of hard to tell from here. The Popoff has definitely dropped back to 3rd.
It does look like Juanio's in 1st right now, and Nolan is in 2nd. I could be mistaken, though.
Yeah, that's Kekai in the lead.
Yeah.
Shipman running in 2nd. Popoff sitting back there in 3rd. As they cross the line, Kekai, Nolan, Popoff, Shipman back to 4th. One car off here, headed down to turn 3.
Is that looks like Powers. That would be my teammate who was pulled off.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Nolan in the lead now. Amanio goes to 2nd, and here's a move up the inside, getting around Popoff is Shipman. They're going to shuffle Huerta back some. Oh, one car spinning. Is that Popoff?
That's Popoff.
Sure is. What a shame for Popoff. Came into the race off of 2 wins in New Orleans, and now he's going to find himself dropping to the back end of the field around 7th.
As a driver, I know just how much that hurts. That's happened to me a few times. Not as high up as he was, but it's happened to me a few times, and that might get into his head pretty quick.
Well, this is what Kekai needed. He needed to get up to the front. He's in 2nd right now. Needs to see if he can get around Nolan and then have his title rival struggle in the points today.
Yeah, if Kekai can get that, it would be a dream come true for him, I think.
Well, let's see what he can do on the long straightaway here. Nolan trying to move around. Yellow is out. With a couple of cars having issues on the track.
I think that after that, a safety car is exactly what Alex was hoping for, to be able to make his way back up to the podium.
Oh, yeah, it's what he needed for sure.
I know there's been a few times where I've just been, please, please, I need a safety car right about now to get back.
Yeah.
Because after you drop back a certain point, you don't have the slipstream anymore, so it's really hard to catch up with those leaders.
So it looks like Popoff is back in 6th. See the white car is near the tail end of the line. Well, let's go check in with Ben Sissel. Lincoln, do you see anybody with an advantage anywhere?
I think Keika has the best spot to make it up to first right now, because on the front straight he's going to get a great tow into turn 1, and if he doesn't make it there out of turn 3, he's going to have a great run going into turn 5.
What's that bright shiny orb in the sky? Is that the sun finally poking through here? It's been a bit, hasn't it? Yes. The weather has been a challenge all day long, from rain and heavy mist and a wet racetrack to bone dry but chilly all day.
Yeah, if I remember right, I went from 79, 80 2 days ago or yesterday to high of 59 today.
Yeah. So, Popoff is going to have a little bit of time here to work through this field as fast as he can. And at this point, yes, he wants to win. Priority number 1 has got to be maximizing the points, minimizing the damage. So, how quickly do you think he can do that here and start? Because, I mean, as you start getting up to the pointy end of the stick there, the competition is going to get pretty stiff. Top 4 cars are all running very well, and he's back in 6th.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would take him 4 laps to get into the podium spots if he can get back up into the podium position.
Yeah, he's got to grab 3 spots here. And when you start getting up to Shipman and Huerta, that's going to get pretty tough.
Yeah, those 2 are going to defend amazingly well. That's one of their strong shoots.
All right, here we go. You can see the speed has picked up. The Ginetta safety car is off. The green is back out, and we're racing once again. F4 U.S. Championship underway. Nolan, Kekai, Huerta, Shipman, Arbogast, Popoff, and Campbell looking to settle this. Here comes Popoff inside going to 1. That's 1 spot. Put him to 5th. Now he's got to keep it going. Battle for the lead, headed to 3. Looks like Kekai making the move. Hard to tell from the drone when you're looking at 2 orange cars. Might change again by the time we get through 4 under the Sargento Bridge. Yeah, can they close the door on that by 5? Yes. So just like that, they swap it right back. And how about Popoff? Looked like he was getting ready to make another move. Here he comes inside of 5.
Looks like he's defending against.
Yeah, he is. He's into that big pothole sitting right there. Side by side going into 6 for 1st and 3rd. Boy, nobody's giving an inch here, are they?
No, and now the biggest thing I think is if Alex is going to focus more on defending or trying to overtake the cars in front of him.
Well, here he goes. Looks like he's going to try to make a run there. Oh, going into the carousel. He had some good speed, but had to get back to the inside line, which is the preferred line, as low down to that inside as you can get, right?
Yeah, it's as close as you can get. About 3/4 way through the corner, though. You like to push it out to kind of close to mid-track to get a better exit, because the kink is flat out and you need to get a great exit so you don't lose any spots down into Canada.
Here is Canada. The Shipman making the move on Huerta. Popoff still sitting back there in 5th. Kekai in the lead. Nolan back to 2nd. And here they come charging up the hill once again. Popoff looking to make a move now. Cutting to the outside will be the inside when they get to the corner. Popoff working Shipman. Nope, tucks back in behind him as they start to set up for the turn. The 17 is Huerta back there in 3rd.
It's so hard to make a pass on the front straight, because if you move to the inside of the corner, you have no draft from the cars in front of you.
Nolan and Huerta battling hard for 2nd. That's allowing Kekai to pull away in the lead. He's got a good 2nd gap between him and Nolan now. Here comes Huerta looking outside as Huerta outside on Nolan. Nolan's going to defend, and coming up quickly is the 14 of Shipman. And still Popoff can't do anything yet.
Right now, Alex just needs to settle back into a rhythm and make his way through the field. So I think he's too focused on what's going on behind him than in front of him at the moment.
And he's inside of 8 minutes to get it done. Well, as hard as these guys are racing just in front of him, you might get lucky. They might make mistakes, get into each other, get tangled up, and that'll open the door. He's going to get one here. Looks like he got around Shipman.
That's not an easy move to pull off the carousel.
Yeah, he did. That moves him up to 4th as they charge off into the kink. One more, and he's back up on the podium. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to get it done.
Looks like there's a little bit of contact between Popoff and I believe that was Shipman.
Shipman, yeah. Yeah, it is tight all over the place out there right now, and Popoff doing everything he can to try to find just a little bit of a hole to squeeze through. Trying to come up the outside here. Trying to get that drive. He's right there alongside of him. Popoff. Shipman goes to 3rd. Popoff is 4th, and that's where they're staying right now as they come to turn number 1. Popoff right there on the inside. Just can't get it done. Got the door closed on him.
Turn 1 is a very, very difficult spot to overtake on the inside.
And then you see Popoff has to defend going into 3, and he loses all that ground to Shipman.
Yeah, it's because his exit was not the best that it could have been just because he was on the inside of the corner and couldn't make it out to the exit curb.
See Campbell in the 68 moving around behind Popoff, trying to find a way around. Popoff has actually dropped back. He's back to 5th now.
That guy has an amazing year.
Yeah, he just checked out, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he can kind of relax now and make sure that he drives the car back safely. Keeps up one piece. Definitely got between a 3 and 4 second gap by now.
Inside of 5 minutes remaining in this one with our F4 US Championship battle. Look at how tight 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th is. Oh, and there's the contact we were thinking might happen. It's the 14 of Shipman and Nolan going around, and that is going to allow Popoff to come screaming back up into a podium position. The racing was so tight in there, Lincoln, that you just felt like any given moment things were going to just get too crazy. Popoff actually hasn't been able to hold off Campbell and all that. Campbell moves to 3rd, and Popoff gains 1 spot to 4th.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Now he's around him.
Yeah, but with how tightly we have to race in these cars.
Yeah, there's Campbell going back by.
It's kind of hard for us not to have a wee bit of contact every now and then. But contact like that in that corner is expected when you go side by side.
Yeah.
No grip on the outside, and on the inside you need to be able to get all the way out to that exit curb.
Popoff in front of Campbell here. Campbell's in that yellow and blue car, almost kind of purplish in color. That puts him 3rd now, Popoff. Caution is out with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Guessing those 2 cars are probably stuck in the offline there and unable to move.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about Shipman. It looked like he would have been able to get out of it, but the other car involved, I believe, might be stuck in the grass there. Because after a rainy day, when you get into the grass, you can't really get out of it.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Especially with our slick tires.
Yep, there's the 5 of Nolan. Checkered flag is awaiting them as they come up the front straightaway. Kekai had this one in the bag anyway. He's going to hang on, take that win. Huerta's going to get 2nd. Popoff ends up 3rd across the line. So he goes back to 7th, fights his way back up to 3rd. That's going to keep him very much alive in this championship fight.
100%. That was very impressive. He kept his head down, kept it safe, and that's really all some of these races are, is just surviving and keeping it on track.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the way he had the day hopefully planned out, but he did what he needed to do if he wants to stay in the championship, and that's keep yourself alive in the points, right? Now, Kekai is definitely going to close up some here today with that win here in race number 1, we'll have 2 more events for all these open wheel categories tomorrow, right?
Only one for Formula Regionals tomorrow. We have
Just
one
one.
race 2 at 5:25 p.m. I believe.
Okay.
And race 3 at 11.
Oh yeah, you have your second race today.
Yeah.
You'll be back out at the very end of the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. This is my first time racing this car here, and so far I've only done it in the wet. So I want to see what it's like in the dry here, because I had a very unfortunate practice where I didn't even make a single lap. I had issues, and in qualifying, I had another issue that caused me to have a very unstable car.
All right, Lincoln. Well, thanks for stopping by. Best of luck to you later on today. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a great time.
And we will be right back for more from Road America after these words. Stay with us.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Well, I'm down here at Winner's Circle, Victory Circle. Kekai Howe and Neo getting the congratulations here from his Crosslink team. I saw Gil coming, give him a high five. But this Anywhere Transport Tampa, Florida car did really well. What a race he had there at the beginning with Popoff, and then to hold on. So Kekai, this has to feel really good. How was your race out there?
It was a really good race. I had some good battles there at the beginning, and then once I got to the lead, I just told myself, don't look in the mirrors, just push forward, and it came off with the win, so all good.
You must have hit all your marks because you increased that gap to about a second and a half there late in the race. Was that all you were doing, just looking to hit all your marks and not caring about what was happening behind you?
Yeah, just not paying attention to look behind me and trying to push forward, hit all the marks, and set down some good laps so we can start on pole in the next one.
Nice. Well, congratulations. And then provisionally maybe the points leader now with this race win. So congratulations. And gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
It is going to be groups 10 and 12A. Ben Sissel has made his way back up to the booth. Getting in the later afternoon portion of the racing weekend here, Ben.
Yeah, this is Group 10 and 12A SVRA at the Road America Speed Tour. We've got Bob Van Zelst in the Porsche GT3R up front, Lance Wiskirchen in a Ford Mustang, Jonathan DeGainer in that Ron Fellows Ford Mustang in view right now, Benjamin Myers in that Porsche GT3 Cup car, Robert Blaine in a Chevrolet Corvette. I'm sure that's going to be Ralph's favorite. Andrew Myers in the Porsche GT3 Cup, Michael Merritt, Porsche GT3 Cup, Joseph Frieda in the Chevrolet Corvette C6, Rick Wolsifer in that Howe Camaro TA2 car, Scott Kissinger in a Porsche GT3, Brad Dahmer in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo, Chris Peterson in that NASCAR Grand Prix car, Austin Werner in the Ferrari 458, Liam Gray, Porsche GT3 Cup, Michael Earhart in the Chevrolet Z28R, Randall Castling in the Porsche GT3 RS, Werner Cordes in a BMW M235IR, David Bizek in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, Craig Olson in a Ford Thunderbird, Steve Beck in that Mark Martin Ford Thunderbird, and Rick Ortman in a Chevrolet Corvette. So quite an eclectic mix of cars here in Group 10 and 12, but they're coming around 14 to take that green.
There's some really cool cars in this one.
Quite an eclectic mix here.
Yeah. The Boris Said car, the Fellows car, the Pratt Miller Corvettes. Interesting stuff to look at here. And a green flag getting this one underway. Headed off to turn number 1. And it's going to be Lance Weiskirchen out front in that Ford Mustang.
That is a Boris Said car, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Boris Said car.
Now, would that have been your Trans Am days?
No, my Trans Am days go back to the 80s.
Okay.
I mean, I first saw Trans Am in the 70s, but
when you were announcing for Trans Am.
would have been in the 80s.
Okay.
The Wally Dallenbach, Willie T. Ribbs era.
Nice.
Darren Brassfield, all those guys. Bob Lobenberg.
So Bob Van Zelst right behind in that Porsche GT3R, number 34. And then looking for the Ron Fellows car. There it is, Jonathan DeGainer.
I did do a bunch of races with Trans Am in the era of the Boris Said car and the Ron Fellows car.
Yeah, and usually Colin Comer's out here with the Mountain Dew car. There's a lot of these era cars. There's a Tommy Kendall car out here, the All-Sport car era of Trans Am cars that just run Road America. We only see them at Road America with us. As they come around the kink. That's even scarier from above.
I was going to say. I see those guys just really carving it up through the Canada corner there. There's that big red C6. This kind of looks like Amy Ruman out there almost.
Yeah. Should be Joseph Frieda. And again, Myers back there. Andrew Myers is flashing his lights. Well, Gray was able to fix the problem on the Porsche Cup car, but that's the car for you, isn't it?
Yeah, baby. Spectacular, those Pratt & Miller Corvettes, the C5, the C6, and the C7, all ours. Any one of the three is just stunning race car to me. One of my all-time favorites.
That's Brad Dahmer in that Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Now, what would that be? Would that be like a super late modified? What is that? This car here, the red. This car, is that a NASCAR?
That one there, the 45.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like a Cup car or an Xfinity car. I'd have to see the stickers on the side, see if it has a Cup Busch Xfinity part of the contingency stickers, just in front, just behind the front wheel there.
And that is not a tribute. That is the car.
That is a real one, yeah. Dan Binks is here, the man who was the crew chief on that car in its race day. And that car, give me half a second to pull it up here, Ben. I can tell you who the drivers were on that one.
Now, Boris said is with us almost every single weekend. And then the weekend that he's not here, his car's on track.
Oliver Gavin, Olivier Beretta, and Jan Magnussen were the three drivers that shared duties in this car.
There's Jonathan DeGainer. He will be out here in that car in Trans Am Field with us in about 3.5 weeks. He won his first race today in Group 6. This is a weird class, and I was describing to somebody this weekend that the Trans Am cars, the Cup cars, and the Porsche's Cup cars put together a very similar lap time, but in completely different ways. And so it makes for the passing and the racing a little bit weird, because where that car might break at the 300, a Porsche might break at the 100, but then that car would be a lot faster in the straight line and can, use a little bit more of the horsepower. So this makes for some interesting racing. Bob Gee is out there, but he's not on my list. Robert Gee, so he's in 11th place in his Cayman. I love when I see people like Ron Fellows or Boris Said kind of get reunited with their old cars. They always love seeing it. We saw that with Paul Menard out west. He saw the Paul Menard NASCAR. And they love seeing their cars still running.
Pontiac Grand Prix, stock car there, blue one.
So I'm hearing that Liam Gray is in that black Porsche GT3 Cup car of the Arrive and Drive, coming around under Mission Bridge right now, followed by Rick Wolsifer. And then Chris Peterson should be in that Grand Prix. So in Group 10, there's 10 GT4, there's 10 LMGT, and then there is 10 Stock Car 4, Stock Car 3. It's Brad Dahmer there in that Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
There it goes.
And man, he's probably had an hour and a half in that car today, right?
He's had a lot of laps.
And tomorrow, if they do their Enduro, they'll have 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's gone through the grass.
Yeah, he sure has.
Now that 122 raced just recently in the Trans Am series with us. I've seen him in Trans Am probably the last 6 to 8 years.
It's a good looking race car there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love the stance on that car.
Coming around the kink. Just hard on the gas. Here's Rick Wolsifer. His friend Bruce Raymond isn't here with us, but has some cool things going. So Bruce, if you're watching, I love what I'm hearing. I hope everything works out, but I miss you. Wish you were here. It's amazing how at Road America, the TA2 car and the Porsche Cup cars are pretty similar.
Pretty evenly
lap times.
matched.
It does depend on the tracks. You know, like there's some tracks that there's a pretty good equalizer between horsepower and handling, and this would kind of be one of them. You'd think that horsepower would win out, but there's enough twisty bits and slow corners that sometimes they can catch up. So Andrew Myers is out there, but I don't see Benjamin Myers out there yet in the purple Porsche. Now, where I come from, Quick Trip is spelled with a Q.
Yeah.
You know, all the Quick Trip stops, but not here.
No, there's different ones out here.
Yeah. And there's 2 different Fleet Farms, and Fleet Farms is my favorite store. So 2 Corvettes. This has got to be a dream for you, Ralph. 2 Corvettes in frame right now.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Now, were those same era, or is one a C6?
No,
and
they're
one a
both
C5?
C6s.
Okay.
One's the factory car, the yellow one, of course. Pratt & Miller would have run at all the IMSA events and then at Le Mans as well. And with the 64 number on there, that would be the indication of the numbers that they ran at Le Mans. They ran 3 and 4 over here, and then they were in 63 and 64 at Le Mans.
Got Andrew Meyer with the yellow and black attack right behind them. He's had a good day so far.
And boy, Dan Binks is the guy. As I said, he was crew chief on this car back in its heyday of racing. But all these guys now, you know, there's a few of these that are out there in private hands, and they all go to Dan to get their car prepped and ready and up to speed. And
there's the Mark Martin car that was just out with us out west.
Yep.
He knows the cars are coming. He's just moving over to the right.
As we've talked about in the past, that's the car that was won through a promotional.
Oh, but we have to fix it. Steve listened to the broadcast, and he said it wasn't his wife, it was his mom that wouldn't let him park in the garage.
Oh, the guy that had won the car.
Yeah, the guy that had
his
won.
Mom.
So we need to make a journalistic correction there.
That's
Thanks for
fine. He
reminding me.
originally told me I thought it was the wife. Okay.
I guess it was like a 23-year-old kid.
Young kid.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. But anyway, sorry, I interrupted you, but he won it in
it's all
like
good.
a...
So Valvoline had a promotion where you could win Mark Martin's race car literally off the track to your driveway. And this kid did that. And apparently Mom said, congratulations, that's awesome, but you're not parking the car in my garage. My car goes in the garage. And the kid had to get rid of the car, so he sold it through eBay. And it ended up here.
And I guess Mark Martin and the team were a little bit upset because it was sold as it was raced. So like
it went right out the door.
Camera systems, ventilation systems, the things that you would normally take out of a car to put into the next car. So they had to start from scratch on a ton of things.
Yeah. Tell you what, the value of those Pratt & Miller Corvettes has gone sky high as well. Talking about race cars with provenance and, you know, what do people want to collect? Boy, those are highly, highly, highly sought after.
Now, what is this? I haven't seen this yet.
Well, Camaro.
Michael Earhart in the Chevrolet Z28R. That's a factory Camaro, though. Right? Doesn't look
It's
like a
cool.
factory. That doesn't look like a TA2 body. That looks
No.
like a full-on
No,
factory.
it's yeah.
Like a World Challenge car or something.
Yeah.
And then here comes Boris Said up behind him.
Yeah, they came out around 2014. 7-liter LS7 V8 under the hood. Lots of cool little aero pieces and everything added to the car. Brembo carbon ceramic brakes were standard. Did come with air conditioning and a stereo speaker. Those were options if you wanted them.
If it were any hotter out there, Robert Blaine might be in trouble in that CompuWare Corvette with
Yes.
all that grass. But being that it's like 45 degrees outside, it seems like, it may not be affecting him too much. But you know that Dan Binks is on the side of the track and telling him to watch it. He's probably got his binoculars out saying, you've got a lot of grass up there.
Ran in the GS class in IMSA's Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge.
Okay. That makes sense. Man, both of those cars look really good coming through the carousel. That's Joseph Frieda in the Chevrolet Corvette C6, the red
red one,
little
yeah.
red Corvette behind him.
And again, that's Blaine in the 64. And that is the same gentleman that owns the Capri that we saw earlier. And the checkered flag is out for Weiskirchen. Zelst.
Woo!
Gainer will take third. And we'll wait to see how the Corvettes settle their scrap.
Look at that M2 BMW there of Warner Cordes.
And it's going to be Blaine in the CompuWare car taking fourth.
As they come down, Mission Foods. Turn 3. There's the CompuWare car. So congratulations, Dan Binks, another win.
Yeah.
And Blaine. Robert Blaine, Chevrolet Corvette.
They can, if they choose, easily drive that car around to our TV truck and leave me the keys. I'd be happy to handle it for them from there.
Yeah, okay. Seems like a fair deal.
It's the kind of guy I am, Ben. I'm, here for my fellow man.
Yeah, you like to
any way I
exercise
can
it
be.
for him. Yeah. I don't have the talent to drive that thing around this track as it's intended.
Not as it's intended, no.
But I'd have fun doing it.
Oh, buddy.
I'd have fun at 80 miles an hour around the track.
Oh,
of that
buddy,
thing.
you know that's for sure.
I drive my truck around the track every morning at 30 miles an hour and have an absolute blast. I do. Like, it's just kind of cool to just say I'm on Road America.
I don't doubt it.
I have to stop and fix all the signs.
Right.
But, it might be a 7-minute lap, but, I get around it.
You fixing them tonight or tomorrow morning?
I come in the morning.
In the morning.
Because they blow around at night. But that is a pretty car. My dad had a C6, and it was a lot of fun to drive, but it was too much car for me.
I didn't have the 6. I had the 5 and the 7.
Andrew's still flashing the
Yeah,
lights.
he's still thinking he's got some ground to make up.
I think that's his waving to the corner workers. So the Myers have had a good day. Now, Andrew Myers out there in the Porsche, but it was his grandpa that was out there in that black early 60s Corvette.
Well, there's a look at your rundown, how they crossed the line. Weiskirchen, Van Zelst, Gainer, Blaine, Frieda, Myers, Dahmer, Gray, Myers, and Wolsifer. Taking care of the top 10 as you look back through the rest of the field of 19 cars that competed in this one. And coming up shortly will be Group 5A, 7, and 11 as we work our way towards the end of the day here at Road America. Stay with us. 2 more races to go.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
I'm here at Kiwi Motorsport, starting the 2025 season. A lot has happened. Last year, it was Crosslink Kiwi. They had a ton of cars, always finishing on the podium, and honestly, it became a little bit too big to manage for both of the teams. Also for the series, it was hard to encourage other new teams to come into the series with such a huge behemoth of Crosslink Kiwi absolutely dominating some of the classes last year in FR and F4. So what has happened in the offseason, both teams agreed to split up, and it was an amicable split. I totally love it as a series because it gives a better opportunity for new teams to come in, for new drivers to feel more comfortable to come in, that there isn't just this huge team and then a couple of other little teams. So we've got now, there's a Crosslink team and a Kiwi Motorsport team.
It's honestly, I like it a bit more. You know, Crosslink Kiwi had such a domination over the last years. It was kind of, the team's championship was just kind of in the, up for grabs, but now it's, you know, it's there and it's hard, and it just adds a bit more competition between me and my friends.
Yeah, so the split with Crosslink and Kiwi Motorsports, I think it's good because then it puts more teams on the map, not just like Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports like last year. So it's kind of nice that we split, more competition in a way.
But something else that has happened with Kiwi Motorsports specifically, they've had a long relationship with Chip Ganassi Racing. Chip Ganassi
Ganassi Racing, along with Alex Palou's dad in Spain, they wanted to start a driver development program for Chip Ganassi's teams in IndyCar and his other series. So now you're going to see Chip Ganassi on the Kiwi Motorsport cars on their uniforms to work with this team, to work with the drivers, to develop the drivers, to move up into IndyCar and anywhere Chip Ganassi Racing feels comfortable. But now, as you can see, Crosslink Motorsports, also a very strong team this year. But one of the things that I'm going to find very interesting to watch, so last year Jet Bowling and Titus Sherlock, when it was Crosslink Kiwi together, they finished 3rd and 4th in the championships. Titus is over here looking very strong. Jet Bowling is over there with Kiwi Motorsports. So we're going to see what happens and follow along. Just like in any motorsports, there's a ton of camaraderie in the paddock. The two teams are still going to help each other out. If anything happens, they're going to work together to work out any of the gremlins, because all anybody wants in this paddock is for everybody to do well, to bring in more drivers, to bring in more teams, and make this thing really grow.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Road America Speed Tour. I'm joined in the booth with Ralph Shaheen as the cars come around for SVRA's Group 5A, 7, and 11. And look at this. What a group of cars. And talk about some Road America cars out here. So we've got Travis Engen, P1, in that Group 11 Audi R8 LMP, the most winning Audi in history. Brian French in a Ligier JSP 320. Tony Smith in a Ligier JSP 320. Awa Sadiqe in a Norma M20 Group 11. James Booth in a Group 11 Radical SR10. Mark Brannon back out again in an Elan DPO2. Tim Roberts in an Orica FLM09. Jim Cope in a Group 11 Elan DPO2. I do love the Elan DPO2s. Then Joel Weinberger in a Group 7 Chevron B21. Fritz Seidel in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Gary Gray in a Group 11 Radical SR8. John F. Boxhorn in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Frederick Seidel in a Carbier CS2. Jeff Miller in a Group 7 Lola T496. Kevin Leparski in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Mark White in the Group 5 Carbier CS2. Walter Volrath in a Lola T290 Group 7. Scott Coyne in a Swift DB2. John Coyle in a Chevron B19. Tim Burkhart in a Group 11 Rush. We love having these Rushes out here. And then Ron Pace in a Lola T492, 496. Ralph, as they come to take the green, and the sun is out.
Yep, they are. And get a good look at the Audi now if you're in the field, because it's about to disappear, right?
Maybe.
What a track for that car to be on. Here we go. Green flag. Engen gets into the throttle in the R8. Gets down to turn number 1. First car there. French going to pull in behind him, but he's got company.
I think that's Tony Smith. I don't think French made it. Yeah, I think that's Tony Smith.
Okay. In the 78 is Mark Brannon in that blue car, who moved up quite a few spots there on the start.
In that Elan DPO2. And we saw Brannon out there earlier in the open wheel car, and those DPO2s are kind of like Indy Lights cars with clothes on.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately, Brian French didn't make the start. So that is Tony Smith in that black and green Ligier JSP 320, like an LMP3 car looks like. And then Jim Booth in the Radical. And that DPO2, those are very light. And we saw Travis Engen and Ron Brannon going at it in the Group 9 race.
Yeah, we did. They both have had quite a few laps here today. One thing about racing here today is the track didn't look the same twice, did it?
No.
Everybody got something different. Each race that rolled out got something different than the one before.
Yeah, Travis Engen was just on track, but in totally different conditions.
Yeah, we literally have bright sunshine now beating down onto the track.
So these Group 5 cars that you see there with Fritz Seidel, those are Sport S2s, sports racers. You know, cars that I've seen in the paddock but I haven't seen on track yet are those 2-stroke Kohlers. Are they out there right now? They should be in this group, I thought.
I don't know. I don't remember seeing them today. There's Engen. You know, it's so impressive seeing the Formula One cars earlier today. But I'll tell you, Ben, when you're just talking about overall impressive technology put into what it's supposed to do on the racetrack, this Audi R8 might even be cooler than the 2 F1 cars here today.
Yeah, it kind of changed the way people thought about race cars in that class.
Sure did.
That might be one of those Kohlers coming down around Fritz Seidel, coming into turn 5 right now. Yeah, there it is, the 0. I don't see it on any of the score. Miller, okay, there we go. So Jeff Miller in that Group 7, that's a Lola T496, but if I'm not mistaken, that has a Kohler 2-stroke engine in it. So we might see smoke, and that's just a normal, you know, thing with a 2-stroke, yeah. But they sound amazing. And I pass the city of Kohler on my way to the hotel every night. Oh, so French is out there. He just is in the, I guess, started in the back. But the number 36, Brian French, we just saw, there he is, yeah. So that's another Ligier JSP 320. So we saw him in the Benetton, and now he's in the Ligier.
Little different experience, I'm sure.
Yeah. Travis Engen out front. So Brannon behind Travis Engen in that Elan DP02. There it is, the number 78. Looks like it's got a Mazda engine in it. Those cars are so low. Our friend Jacek Muka was here this weekend. We saw him at NOLA in that beautiful Cadillac, but had engine problems, had to go home. So that's unfortunate.
That's a shame.
And then James Booth behind Brannon. Booth is in the Radical SR10 with the McDonald's livery. This should be Gary Gray, I think. Yeah, Gary Gray in that Radical SR8. One of my favorite people in the paddock. Just always so nice and has a great time at the races. He has a very minimalist livery. Fritz Seidel there. We were talking about him because I used to do 2 Truths and a Lie. And one of my 2 Truths and a Lie was here. His daughter Molly got 3rd in the marathon in the Olympics. And everybody thought that must obviously is the lie. But nope, that's the...
Seriously?
That's the truth, yeah.
Good for her.
I think he said that they weren't expecting much. It was her first time. And, you know, she had done it in college. But then she came out and got 3rd in the last Olympics in marathon running. So we're super proud of her. Yeah.
That's spectacular. Congratulations on that.
Yeah. So Fritz, you used to be the fastest one in your family, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So that's Fritz there in the 02 Carbier, but we also saw him out there in the Porsche 911 in Group 8. He has some pretty neat cars, this Fritz.
I think if you and I were to do a Olympic sport, probably be curling. Probably about the only thing we're built for these days.
Yeah, or archery.
Archery. I don't know, my eyesight's good enough.
So it looks like the two Ligier JSPs have caught each other on track somehow. I love the, this weekend we have a Canon car with film strip as the stripes, and then we've got a Kodak car. The Kodak car there coming into one, making the pass. The car looks good on film, doesn't it? That's Walter Vollrath in the Lola T290. I think that's the same car that Jim Farley drives with us. Same model car, not the same car. Oh. That green car just...
Yeah, got a little aggressive. They're coming off a 3.
That's John F. Boxhorn. So as the sports racers go here in Wisconsin, it seems like the Carbier CS2 is the way to go. Mark White in that 936. Now we will see a couple races this summer, Ralph, where there's 20 of these S2000s on track together, and that's some of the best racing in vintage racing.
Where's that going to be?
Probably Mid-Ohio, maybe New Jersey, but you get 20 of those things on track, it becomes very fun.
Yeah, they get pretty racy at that point.
Back in the day in SCCA, there were 60 of these things on the grid together. They are Ford Pinto 2-liter engines, different manufacturers, but to a spec. But then, you know, back in the day, those 2-liter Ford Pinto engines made good power, but were very plentiful and easy to find parts for in junkyards and things like that. So made for a really fun class. There's Gary Gray. Gary Gray could use some Speed Sport 1 stickers on that car. What do you think?
Yeah, I like that idea.
You need something. It's hard to focus cameras on just an all-white car.
Yeah.
But Gary Gray, just a really fun guy to have in the paddock. I think that's a new car to him as well.
Doing an homage to the Chaparral, maybe.
Yeah. So French all the way up to 4th place. Let's see if he has anything for Jim Booth. About 2 seconds behind him. Uh-oh.
That's 89.
That's John F. Boxhorn. We saw him get a little squirrely there at the exit of one of the corners. And
I don't know if he tipped another wheel or...
That was on the exit of 1, it looks like. I bet you he said John F. Boxhorn when he did that. That's the 58. Scott, I hope I'm saying your name right. Coyne, in a Swift DB2. I do love these sports racers in the Sports 2000 class. That's a fun class.
Hanging up by almost 10 seconds, a little over 9 right now.
Now, if he would have gone out in that car in one of our morning sessions, we would have seen the brakes glowing.
Yes.
Now that the sun's out, it's harder to see. But we had some dark clouds this morning. So this car comes down into turn 5. There's a cool speedometer that they have somewhere here at Road America, and everybody watching, right there on that billboard, you can see the speed that everybody's hitting. And that's kind of a neat thing to sit down there at 5 on the bleachers. You can watch the Jumbotron. You can see the speed that all the cars are going.
It's like watching a radar gun at a baseball game, right? Clocking the pitcher.
Uh-oh, Fritz Seidel getting up behind Gary in what looks like his SVRA National Championship Gold Bell helmet, I think. Looks like it at least. So they've got a Gold Bell helmet in their trophy case, a bronze Olympic medal. Not bad. It's a pretty winning family.
Case.
Yeah.
Getting just one of those, either one would be impressive.
With the Sargento Bridge. Uh-oh, he looks to be slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, he
Fritz.
sure did. He was a lot closer just moments ago. Oh, back underway. Box horn.
French now into third. Look out, Brandon.
White flag is out, 1 to go. Have you had a chance to look at the weather for tomorrow, Ben? Because
No.
today we had a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. I haven't. I don't ever do that until I wake up in the morning. That's for tomorrow, Ben, to worry about.
Understood.
Now, Ralph was going to treat me to my first dirt oval track race at Plymouth today, but we've had such a rough one.
I guess we're not going.
And cold. No, I don't know, but yeah, I'm a little. I'd like to go cry in my pillow, maybe.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
If the weather was a little bit warmer, maybe.
Yeah.
Look at this, though. What a cool group of cars. Now, I did see something somewhere, maybe social media, that they're bringing sprint cars to Road America. Did you see that? Now, are they putting a little dirt track somewhere? Are they going to run sprint cars on a 4.5-mile racetrack?
Probably not.
Wouldn't think so.
I don't know. I have not heard. We know who to ask.
Yeah.
And get word on that and confirm for tomorrow.
John Everett.
Yeah. But I do know that over at Plymouth Speedway, which is where we were going to go tonight, the IRA series, which runs 410 wing sprint cars, does put on a big event that they co-promote with Road America during the IndyCar weekend here.
That might be it.
So that could be what you saw.
Yeah. So Kevin Leparsky there, just ahead in that blue over Mark White. Now, Mark, there you go. You're on brand. Your last name's White. You got to race a white car. I like it.
Checker flag. And another win for the Audi R8.
Someday Travis Engen needs to text me a photo of a closet that he must have a stack of SVRA red hats in.
Yeah. You're not going to lose many in that car, are you?
No, and Travis is such a good driver as well. But Brian French came from the back to get second place. Nice job. Then Brandon in the DPO2. So Smith and Siddique, Cope, Weinberger. And then I think the Miller, the Kohler car went out. That car we're looking at there, the number 15, is a really cool car up close. It's with the Wolf team. And just a really cool looking, well prepared, neat livery car.
Is that the Ligier that you're looking at?
Mm-hmm. There's that 2-stroke. But that's the 6 of Pace. 2-stroke Kohler engine. Just sounds really cool. Kohler power, and we're in Kohler country. I wondered, though, as we drove by Johnsonville, the city of Johnsonville Brats, and Kohler and Winnebago, did they name the town after the company, or did the company name the company after the town?
I'm guessing the company was named after the town.
Maybe. But here are the results. Travis Engen first, Brian French second, Mark Brandon third, James Booth, Tony Smith is fifth, Awai Siddiqui, hope I'm saying your name correctly, is sixth. I apologize if I didn't. Seventh is Jim Cope. Eighth is Joel Weinberger. Ninth is Gary Gray. Nice job, Gary. 10th is Fritz Seidel. Walter Volrath is 11th. Kevin Leparski 12th. Mark White 13th. Frederick Seidel 14th. John F. Boxhorn 15th. Scott Kuhn 16th. Ron Pace 17th. Tim Burkhart 18th. And 19th is Jeff Miller.
Well, that leaves us with one race to go. Race number 2 for Formula Regional Americas will be coming up next right here. Stay with us.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
So let's meet the Ligier JFC 318, Ligier's Formula Regional Americas car. This car is powered by a Honda turbocharged engine. It's essentially the same engine as the JFC car, but this one has a turbocharger, makes about 303 horsepower. It's prepared by Mountoon, great partners in the series, but originally was a Honda engine. SEDEV gearbox, 6-speed sequential gearbox, paddle shifters, of course, for all of these. Plenty of aero help on this. Great view of the top side of the diffuser on the back of this. Carbon wings front and rear on this car. This car has a full carbon tub, which most race cars have these days. This carbon tub is made at HP Composites in Italy, a Ligier company. And of course, this car includes a halo, FIA safety device mandated for all cars built from 2018 and forward. This is a 318, and this is the top level of the open wheel series at Pirelli Motorsports. It's known as Formula Regional Americas, and these cars are compatible with and competitive with other Formula Regional series around the world, where lots of young drivers are going to earn their way up to F3, F2, and ultimately Formula One.
Formula Regional Americas, the final race of the day here on this Saturday afternoon at Road America. Ralph Shaheen, Ben Sissel with you once again as we get this one ready to go. Titus Sherlock was the story of the first race earlier today, Ben.
Yeah, went out to a big lead, and actually that's 3 wins at Road America, but 2 wins this season have all come in wet tires. So he's our wet weather driver, but also just a very good driver.
Well, hopefully that's not going to be a problem here in this final race of the day. The sun has been poking through the clouds finally, and the track is fully dry, as long as you stay off the grass.
Yeah, you go into so Alex Benovitz there starting from the back because he had an off in the first race, but we have Popoff here in the booth joining you. So here, I'm going to just give you the headset because I'll go down to pit lane.
Well, hey, Alex, how are you?
I'm all great, and you?
Doing great. You had a good run there, a little bit of a frustration, but fought your way back.
Yeah, it was a really rough race for us. We had some contact right on the start, and then yeah, we just struggled with a lot of understeer throughout the race and then got taken out a little bit later on. But, I mean, all in all, finished P3, so can't be mad.
Well, now we're going to start talking about Formula Regional Americas. What do you like about this series?
I mean, the car is really, really good. It's super fast, a lot of downforce, and I mean, I think it's a really great step before going to Indy next. Big field, too.
Field getting ready to go here.
Is that Alex Benovitz in the pits?
Yeah, the Hendrick car. Yep, sure is. Alex Benovitz.
Well, that sucks. He was having a great run. I think he was doing really well in practices, too.
Yeah, he struggled in the first race, had issues in race 1. It looks like he's got issues in race 2 as well, unfortunately, this time mechanical. Watching, waiting for this one to get underway. Underway, rolling away from the start. Sherlock in the 31. Bruno Ribeiro takes the lead going into turn number 1. Ribeiro's going to lead him down through 3 with Sherlock right behind him, the driver out of Texas.
Yeah, that was a great pass around the outside into turn 1. Definitely a really good opportunity to try and get some outside passes done with a lot of runoff as well. Sadly, I got that one done to me a couple times.
Big move coming up the inside there. That's the 55 of Nicholas Ambiato. Looks like Ambiato is going to move up at least in front of Stoddy for 7th. He was a points leader coming into the weekend, Ambiato. The Velux USA Kiwi Motorsports Ligier JSF3. He had a win and 3 podiums so far this year. He's got a career best finish 3rd here at Road America. Side-by-side racing. They're headed down to Canada Corner here, and let's see if they settle that squabble there. Yeah, looks like going to be a change there. Ribeiro continues to lead. Oh, one car way off in the grass to the inside. Ribeiro, your leader. Sherlock coming around the outside, headed to turn 1, and the 31 is going to squeeze him down and take the lead.
same move that we saw happen in lap 1 from Ribeiro. Now Titus getting it done as well.
Golan sits in third now. Ambiato runs in fourth. Ambiato's in the 55. Golan in the 80. They just changed positions too,
he's
didn't
up
they?
to third now. He just got past Quimby, or Golan, sorry.
That just changed. And then it's Quimby and Roberts behind that. Stoddy and Lawley and Lincoln Day and Sterling rounding out the top 10. With these cars, is there a particular spot on the racetrack that you have a better shot at making a pass?
Yeah, for sure going into turn 5 is a really, really good passing zone. I mean, you have that super long straight, and you know, you can really use the draft, which with these cars with so much downforce, you can really take advantage. You can almost clear them before the end of the straight. Same going into turn 1 as well. Make sure you get a good run out of turn 14. Just really send it down in there. Another great spot is heading into Canada corner. Just got to make sure you get a good run through the kink.
Oh, another car off, the 55. Ambiato going through the grass there. Seems to be the tricky corner all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's big. It seems to be a big struggle for them through there.
Sherlock out in front of Ribeiro by just about a full second. Ambiato, Golan, Quimby, Roberts, Staddy, Lawley, Day, and Wolf, your top 10 now. Sherlock in that 31, the Rain Nutrition, Ronald McDonald House Charities, Crosslink Motorsports Ligier. Won 2 races here last year.
Oh, big lockup from Ribeiro there going into turn 5.
Two wins here last year and a solid afternoon here today. Sherlock is going to be loving this place. America's National Park of Speed, Road America.
Bruno's doing a good job trying to stay right with him, but Titus seems to have some good pace right now. It seems like he's opening up that gap a bit.
Bruno Ribeiro running in second place. That purple and green color car, blue and green.
Brady's closing in on to Ambiato as well right now. Let's see if we don't see a move out of him soon.
There's Brady Golan in that number 80. And Beato's in third and 55, right behind these two. There they are. Boy, you can really dip a wheel there easily coming off that last corner in there.
Yeah, you really have to be careful not to bottom out. If you stay over that curb just a little bit too long, you definitely drop a wheel down in there.
And over the years, that has become a pretty good-sized hole. Headed back down to turn number 3. The corner could be a good passing opportunity if you set the guy up right coming through 1 and 2.
Yeah, if you really prioritize that run out of 1, you can definitely try and send it down into turn 3. It's a little risky, but definitely can get it done.
What's been your favorite part of racing here at Road America?
I think it's just such an iconic track, and my dad raced here a lot as well when I was little, and it's just cool, you know, following in his footsteps and coming here and being up on the podium. Gonna look for that win tomorrow, but step by step, and it's still a long year ahead, so yeah, this track is super fun. Going through the kink and the carousel, flat out, high speed corners is really great.
We saw Lawley, Day, and Wolf go through there. That's 8th, 9th, and 10th.
That's Brady. He's definitely closing in onto Ambiato in the number 55 car. And Ribeiro's still holding that gap. Last time by, they were 8/10 apart. Let's see how it's looking now. Oh, and that's
the 07 is off Autiello, yep.
Oh, that sucks.
Anthony out of Providence, Rhode Island, the hope for the Warriors Momentum Motorsports machine.
I know they had a big wreck in practice on Thursday, or on Friday actually, and they haven't been able to get too much track time.
Back across the start-finish line again, Sherlock and Ribeiro. The gap is just inside 1.5 seconds. And Beato about another 1.5 seconds behind that.
Yeah, that was a big lap for Titus there, pulling almost 5/10 onto Bruno in that one lap.
Well, he's going to go back to the hotel tonight thinking about a sweep, right? If he can hang on and get this one in.
100%. That's always a goal as a driver heading into the weekend, try and take all 3 wins.
Well, and to do it in different conditions too, right? Like that first win this morning came in much, much different conditions. Wet, nasty, cold day, and now sun's out, track's dry, and he's still at the front of the field and pulling away.
Right, yeah, that really shows how good of a driver he is. I mean, being able to handle the wet at such a hard track, and they were on some rough conditions as well, running out there in the wet on slicks and then coming in to change for wet tires as well.
It's got to make you feel good for the championship run, right? Knowing that, hey, anything that gets thrown at me conditions-wise, not a problem. I got these guys covered.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that confidence that you get from, you know, taking a win, especially in such a tricky race, is really great. Helps you as a driver, just helps your head a ton.
Makes Saturday night a lot easier, right?
100%. Don't have to be stressing. Oh, and that's Lincoln Day out.
Lincoln was running in 9th. That's going to bring out the yellow.
That sucks. Lincoln was having a great run. He's improved a ton and honestly had some good hopes for him in this race. He's stuck out there in turn 14.
Janetta safety car pulling into position to pick up Sherlock. And Titus will roll into place behind it. What are your plans for the night? You had a up and down day, as we discussed earlier. How do you mentally fight back now? 2 races to go tomorrow.
I mean, I'm still in a good headspace. Just stay calm. It's a super long championship. You just have to really look at the overall weekend. I know I have the pace, and I know the team gave me a great car, so I just need to put my head down and focus and try and get rid of the little mistakes and maybe be a little bit more aggressive, try and defend a little harder and attack a little bit more. But, I mean, it's all about the long run as well. Just trying to stay in it.
With your dad having had such a great career in sports car racing himself, how much does that help on a night like tonight, with debriefing with Dad a little bit about the ups and downs of the sport?
No, it helps a ton. I mean, I have him there. You know, he's been through it all as well. He's raced in the 24 Hours of Daytona and a bunch of big races, and he's had big heartbreaks too. I mean, he's won a championship. He's lost championships as well. So it's really, really, really good for me to have a mentor like him. Even though sometimes me and him fight, I don't like to listen to him too much. But, I mean, in reality, I should definitely listen more.
Well, you're how old, Alex?
19.
Well, so naturally you know everything.
Right, exactly. That's exactly
Trust me, I have a 19-year-old son at home. I know.
The worst part is I know that I know everything, and I tell him, I'm sorry.
And then, like me, your dad knows not a chance, kid. You don't know nearly half of what you think.
Exactly. But, yeah, I mean, it's just going over the video a little bit and seeing where I could have improved. I mean, it's really just aggressiveness. This is my first full year in a national level championship. I ran Coda with MLT, and we had a great weekend. We ran NOLA as well the first round, and we came in with the championship lead. And you know, it's just such an awesome feeling to be part of such a great program like the MLT program. Dr. Mike, Eric, and everyone have really done just a tremendous job. Being a one-car effort and still being able to be up there is just, you know, I think it goes to show how good the team is and how much effort they put in and day out.
Well, Ben has left the booth and made his way down to the pit lane, so let's see what's happening down there. Any stories for us, Ben?
Thank you very much. I'm here with Steven with Kiwi Motorsport. Bruno Ribeiro currently second. You're kind of over his car this weekend. What's he saying on the radio, and how are things going?
Yeah, not too bad so far. He's had a bit of a tough start to the weekend with some issues and limited laps, so he's still getting into a bit of a rhythm, but he's quite comfortable where he is. So he's telling him not to overdrive and just keep the car nice and tidy, keep it straight.
Now, we've seen about 4 different seasons just in today. You know, this morning's race was rainy. Now the sun has come out, but the track temperature hasn't really changed all that much.
No, surprisingly, all through the day, it's been pretty constant. So it's a bit of a battle to try and keep some tire temp in these things, and with the safety cars not helping.
Now, what would you say to him as they come and take the green flag? Would you say stay patient, or would you say try to take it into one?
No, you got to take your chances when you can. So hopefully we get a good restart and can get in the mix.
Nice. I love it. Well, some good insight from Steven here with Kiwi Motorsport. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben. Yeah, no, you can't rest on your laurels at all here, right? You got to be in full attack mode at all times.
Yeah, especially with it being such a big track for drafting. I mean, really, if you fall asleep even a little bit on a corner, they're going to get you by the end of that straight. You really got to make sure you get a good run out of everywhere and try and defend those attacks with the draft. I mean, it's super hard to pull away here, and it's really a track where you have to be very smart and defend really well against the other drivers. This is going to be an interesting restart with Ribeiro back on Titus's wing. I know Ribeiro from the USF paddock as well, and he's always been a great driver, really aggressive, and it's going to be a good restart here. I'd like to see if he can try and get a move done, or if Brady can get down into Nicholas Ambiato as well into turn 1. I think this is really going to shake some things up.
Well, the one thing Ribeiro doesn't want to do is give Sherlock an opportunity to find his rhythm again.
Right, yeah, he really has to try and go and attack right out of the gate. It's super hard starting in second on the restarts. You're kind of at the mercy of the leader and trying to get that timing right to get back on power. But yeah, let's see if with draft he can try and get down into him into turn 1. I'm sure Ambiato is really going to be looking to try and get up there as well, to try and get some points out of it as well. Seems like they got Lincoln Day clear.
Yeah, I think he made his way back to the pit.
There he is, yep. They should be going green soon.
And he's going to try to catch up to the back of the field.
Let's see if he makes it. That would be great. He'll be a couple laps down, but he'll be able to get back in the fight and, you know, keep improving and working hard. I raced with him at Coda, and he did a great job there. I mean, it's cool to see how much he's improved since then, and he's been definitely running quite well now.
And you can tell he was off course based on all the gravel he brought back to the pit lane.
Yeah, he probably has some rock still in his radiator, so hopefully that's not a problem with cooling. Maybe they managed to get some out as well on that little pit.
It's like the speed picking up a little bit, right?
Yeah, this is right about the part where you start to get a little bit anxious as a driver, getting ready for that restart and just, you know, making sure you're back on track and you're focused on what you have to do. Restarts can really make or break a race. I mean, you have to be fully focused and you know, try and go and attack, or you lose that one opportunity you get. There are the safety car lights out, so we'll be going green again this lap.
And not a lot of time left on the clock either. Ticking down into probably about 10 minutes or so to go.
Yeah, we got around 10 minutes. Hopefully they get a couple laps out of it. I think it'll probably be around 5 or 6 laps at best. Here they go.
Sherlock and Ribeiro at the front. And Beato right behind them in third. Here we go. Charging up the hill. Ribeiro trying to block Ambiato. That's going to let Sherlock get away. And we might go 3 wide here on the front straightaway. Off into the kitty litter. Tucks back in behind Ribeiro. Sherlock, first one to the corner. Ribeiro's going to be second. And Ambiato is going to have to slot back to 4th or 5th. He got way off track. No, he's still in 3rd. There he is. I saw somebody going off there, and I thought it might have been him.
Titus had a great start there. I mean, that timing was impeccable. Made a really big gap on Ribeiro. Ribeiro fell asleep a little bit and had to go defensive on Ambiato and Golan. And now Titus has that big gap out front. He can just manage it. Ribeiro managed to defend well even after that big attack from Ambiato going into turn 1. Still in P2.
Ribeiro in the 0-1 sits right there in 2nd place. And Beato behind him in 3rd, then Golan, Quimby. That's top 5. Stoddy, Roberts, Lawley, Wolf, and Bowling round out the top 10. Day after the spin showing in 13th right now. And we are inside at 10 minutes.
Titus has a 1.2 second gap. That's great. I mean, Ribeiro won't be able to get much of that draft, and Titus can just focus on going forward. Beato is only 4/10 back from Ribeiro, so he's definitely in a good position to attack for the end. Oh, Brady dropped down a ton there. What happened to Brady?
Quimby is in 4th. Golan all the way back to 8th. Not sure where things went wrong for him.
That sucks. He was having a great run. There he is. Man, that's a bummer. He was running up there.
No problem so far for Titus Sherlock, even weathering the storm of the restart. You can see the gap he's got. Good 2.5 seconds. Barrow's doing a good job in second, just does not have the pace right now. Sherlock has just found that rhythm and everything is working.
We got another full course
caution.
yellow.
Oh, boy.
That's a big accident.
That
I
is
hope
a
that
real
driver's
big one.
okay.
The 24, that's Jansen.
That's coming out of the carousel right there.
Kevin Jansen, who made the trip down from Calgary, Canada, in his U.S. Power Group Data Center Solutions Kiwi Motorsports entry. Looks like he has separated the entire rear section of the car. See, tire and axles, everything just
Yeah, that's a
suspension
big
components and stuff just hanging off over there in the dirt.
He seems to be okay. He's moving around the chassis. That's a big one. Mechanics are going to have a lot of work for tomorrow.
I didn't get a good look as to where that happened, did you?
Yeah, that was on the exit of the carousel.
Oh, okay.
I think with how big that accident, that might be the end of this race.
I was thinking the same thing because it's going to take a minute to clean that one up for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I think they might call it.
Turn 10.
Yep.
Yeah, be coming out of the carousel.
Yeah.
Carousel making up turns 9 and 10.
And these cars, with how fast they are, I mean, it's easy to go off there. Just trying to push and find that extra tenth is, you know, really hard, and you're always on the edge.
Well, we've seen others go off there today, so it's not unusual.
Not at all, yeah. Just a little wiggle, and then you're off right into that.
There you can see it. So it looks like he hit the wall over here.
Wow, yeah.
Came back across the track.
Yeah, that's definitely big.
Because you're flat through the carousel, right?
In the F4 US, it's almost flat. Just a little lift to try and get a little bit of rotation and, keep the rear in check. But I believe in the FRs, it's also a little lift. I know the JSFs do flat.
So, and you can see the tires are all skewed over there. That was a big hit. So the point is he was carrying a ton of speed one way or the other through that section.
Yeah, and it's easy to misjudge it with it being such a long corner. I mean, if you go a little bit deep and you're out on that rumble strip, it's easy to get caught out by that rumble strip and just end up in that wall.
Yeah, I don't see any way this one gets restarted.
Yeah. Thankfully, he hit that tire barrier, not that concrete that's a little bit further
there,
up.
Right?
Yeah. Big impact zone right there. Yep, checker flag
is out. Titus Sherlock going to take the checkers here. Sweep of Saturday, Road America. He'll be back tomorrow to try to do it again, see if he can sweep the whole weekend. But he is off to a great start here this weekend at Road America.
Yeah, it's a great run by Titus. Just one more to go before he gets that sweep, and he'll be going to win with a ton of confidence tomorrow for race 3.
Well, and then you head off to the next event just feeling your oats, right? I mean,
yeah, for sure.
You're like, I'm the man.
100%.
Well, the driver out of the car, Jansen able to walk away from that, so that's a win in its own right.
Yeah, 100%. Goes to show how safe these Ligier Formula Regional cars are.
Gives you a lot of confidence that you can really step out over the edge, huh?
Yeah, for sure. You know you're safe. That is a big wreck. For him to end up all the way in the middle of the track after hitting that wall is,
coming back through all that grass and everything.
Yeah. Good run for Roberts as well. I think he started a little bit further back, up into 5th place. Quimby in 4th as well. That's good.
Yeah. Day, unfortunately, Lincoln's going to end up in 10th.
Yeah.
13th, I should say.
Yeah, thankfully he had no damage to his car. Was able to keep going just a couple laps down, but he'll be back tomorrow for more for sure. Brady as well finished up in 8th. He was having a great run. I would not doubt to see him on the podium tomorrow as well. He was up there.
So as you look forward to your race tomorrow, first one in the morning, any thoughts on how you're going to prepare tonight?
Let's go back to the hotel, rest, get a fresh mind for tomorrow and just focus. I mean, I know and I think we have the pace to run up front, and it's always just, you know, you can't be too confident, but as a race car driver, you always have to think you're fast, right? So it's a little bit of a tricky situation managing that confidence as well. You don't want to go in too confident because then anything goes wrong and it's just, you know, big hit to the head. But yeah, just get a fresh mind and go over some video with Tom, my engineer, and talk with the team about what the game plan is. But I have high hopes, and I'm confident that we can try and get that win.
Anybody in particular you'll be keeping your eye out for tomorrow?
In FR, I mean, I think Titus has had some great pace. He looked really strong this whole race. I mean, got a really good move done on Ribeiro around the outside. And in our races, just heads down and try and go forward. Always just focus on what our game plan is.
Well, Titus has made the right-hand turn into the victory podium area. It's a really nice victory podium area here, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is such an iconic track, and it's really, really, really cool to stand up on the podium there in front of the Road America sign and down on this front straight.
The circuit here has always been just spectacular, but now they have really stepped things up the last few years with constant improvements, and the amenities, the facilities here match the quality of the racetrack now.
Yeah.
Sherlock, Ribeiro, Ambiato, Quimby, and Roberts, followed by Stoddy, Bowling, Golan, Lawley, and Benovitz in 10th. Well, as soon as Titus crawls out of the car, Ben will be there to hear from the winner. Next stop on the tour for the Open Wheel Series is where? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I believe we go to Mid-Ohio on June 20th.
All right.
That'll be a fun track.
Okay, well, let's head down to the podium area. Here's Ben to hear from the winner.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, Titus Sherlock, 2 in a row. That means 4 wins for Titus Sherlock in Formula Regional Americas here at Road America, but 2 this weekend. Unbelievable. How was your race?
Yeah, much easier than last time. Conditions made it quite easy, so just, yeah, had a rough start because the whole right side of the grid was pretty covered in the kitty litter, but got it back on the second lap and just never really looked back to try to do consistent laps and tried to pull away.
And totally different conditions from today. So you went out there early in the morning on wets, you win the race, but now you're out here on the dries, and everything looked to be going your way, and you had Bruno behind you, but then with the late wreck there coming in and finishing under yellow, I'm sure that's not what you wanted to happen, but you're doing really well in the points now.
Yeah, you never want to finish under yellow, but I feel like I had that wrapped up anyway. Just kind of, not saying I wasn't trying, I was pushing, but you know, it's well within my limits, and yeah, just happy to get it done, and thank you to the whole Crosslink crew. They've been awesome this whole weekend. The car's been super fast, so I can't do it without them.
Nice. Well, there you go, Titus Sherlock, 2 wins already today here at Road America. Back up to you in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you. Congratulations again, Titus Sherlock, on another spectacular drive here today. He'll be back again to do it tomorrow, and we will have it all for you. That'll wrap up the action here today in Formula Regional Americas. For Alex Popoff and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now from Road America.